Yeah, like what the hell? What happened? So wait. So Luka's going to Mavs? Not Mavs, Lakers? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. No way. I saw that pic that Machine posted. Bro, bro. I was like, by the way, I just woke up like about an hour ago. So for those who, when I was telling you about my sleep schedule being all out of whack, yeah. So sorry, y'all. I like literally just woke up. But what? No way. But what up, y'all? Blame SB, Cherry Roland, Eric. We got to talk about this though. I'm sorry. I know we action RPG in here, but nah, we got to talk about this trade. I did not see that coming. I'm not. Let's like I was making sure it wasn't like April 1st or something. I mean, it is Groundhog Day, so I don't know. Is Groundhog Day usually the day to troll people? Like I don't know. Like, sorry for the non-dark mode here, guys, but let's see. Hold up. In the blockbuster trade that figures to impact the Western Conference balance of power for years to come, Los Angeles Lakers, Dallas Mavericks, and Utah Jazz agreed to a 3-team deal that would swap Anthony Davis for Luka Doncic. LA will receive Doncic. Oh, they went all in for LeBron's like last year ish. Maxi, as well as Markieff Morris from the Mavericks sources said Dallas will receive Davis and Max Christie in the Lakers 2029 first round pick. The Jazz will receive Jalen. The LA Clippers 2025 second round pick and the Mavs 2025 second round. Why is even Jazz in this? Why did they even decide to literally just like, bruh? Not that the Jazz is doing good or doing anything this season, but like seriously, why did you put yourself in the coffin even further down? For what? Why? What are you really getting out of this deal, Jazz? Come on. Like second round pick? Like are you scouting some sophomore? Sorry, some like sophomore or junior or something like that you're looking at coming next season? Like what? I believe that defense wins championships. Mavs general manager was told, explaining his motivation to deal Doncic for Davis. So it was Mavs that put forth this trade. Oh man. So let me ask you a question. Like, why I believe getting an all defensive center and an all NBA player with a defensive mindset gives us a better chance to build to win now and in the future. But you literally just gave LeBron James Luka Doncic. And you're in the same conference. Okay. 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 All right. Well, yeah. I mean, Now, if you would have traded him to the East or something like that, maybe. But like, look, like Doncic is young still, and he's been one of the best players in the league since he got there. Why Doncic and not like Kyrie? Don't get me wrong, I like Kyrie. I really do like Kyrie, but like Kyrie's a bit older. Like he's not someone you're trying to you would want to build a franchise around right now. Despite how good he is, he still is. But he's definitely on like the latter years of his career. You know what I mean? Like you traded away literally your franchise player. Okay. All right. Trade talks was initiated by Dallas. League sources told ESPN beginning a few days ago as Harris and Rob Christian generations have a long-standing dating to when Harrison and Kobe Bryant's marketing manager at Nike and Flinko said Lakers first office ownership group and coaching staff were in alignment on the deal. Excited to acquire younger super. Well, yeah, and Doncic, yeah, while recognizing it takes a lot to get a lot in the NBA. Yeah, I'm pretty sure LeBron's happy about that. LeBron's absolutely happy about that. The only thing LeBron is probably not happy about is that he still has to deal with D'Angelo Russell. He probably would have wanted to get rid of like D'Angelo Russell on that trade. But outside of that, I'm pretty sure he's happy about Luka coming to the Lakers. Someone check if Mavs GM is under clutch. Oh yeah, is he gone already? Oh, okay. I haven't kept up. Okay. All right. Like superstar LeBron James learned the trade when it broke while he was out to dinner with his family at the Saturday's win against the New York Knicks. Source, yeah. So like this just broke. Davis and Doncic were also not informed of the trade ahead of time. And that's just NBA business. D'Angelo's back to Nets. Mavericks were motivated to move because of his consistent conditioning concerns. Sources told him there'd been significant frustration within the organization about Doncic's lack of discipline regarding his diet and conditioning, which team sources consider a major factor in his injury issues. Okay. Though Doncic was hurt himself by his standards when he reported to camp, his weight ballooned into the high 260s early this season. He set out 5 games in late November when the Mavs listed him with the sprained right wrist and extended absence to allow Doncic to focus on his conditioning. He had a similar early season layoff in the 2022-2023 season. Doncic has been limited to only 22 games this season because of a variety of injuries. He has twice strangers left half since. Doncic does not play since straining his calf again on Christmas Day, but has been targeting a return before All-Star break later this month. Davis has also been out, of course, after being diagnosed with abdominal strain earlier this week. He has set out Lakers faster games. Yeah. Doncic was in line to receive a 5-year, $345 million contract this summer, but because of the trade, he is no longer eligible for the Supermax deal. Something tells me that I think this was probably one of the bigger motivators here. They didn't want to pay him $345 million. Because I was trying to make sense of this like trade, right? And like I guess reading this part of it, you know, them being frustrated with Doncic, okay, sure. But then when this kind of dropped, it's like, oh, okay, okay. They just didn't want to pay Doncic for his like for what he's worth in his current condition, basically. I mean, I guess that somewhat makes it's funny though. It's funny. I put it this way: it's funny that on a team with Kyrie Irving, that Kyrie Irving is not the cancer. You know what I mean? Like that. It's hard. Kyrie's been very mature in his recent years and with Dallas. So it's just kind of hard to imagine that like Kyrie Irving being on a team where Kyrie isn't the problem. I love Kyrie. Don't get me wrong. I love Kyrie's game, but like some of his antics on his past teams with Boston and the Nets or whatever. This deal is as stunning as it is historic. It is the first time in NBA history that two reigning all NBA players have been traded for each other midseason. The Lakers and Mavericks play each other twice more in regular season. First on February 25th in Los Angeles and April 9th on Dallas. All right. It is real, y'all. That trade actually happened. Do we think DeAndre Fox is going to the Spurs? I think Kyrie just didn't want to play with Simmons. No, but I mean, well, I'll put it this way. I know Kyrie wasn't, well, I won't say that. Never mind. I won't and can't say that. Never mind. I was going to say something, but can't. All right, we'll boot up some D4. But holy, that Lakers is like, all right, cool. Y'all can have Anthony Davis. We Gucci. I mean, we like him when he's playing. But yeah. We'll fix Doncic right on up. They just lost the best player in the team. Well, yeah, I mean, Doncic was the franchise player for years. And but I guess, I mean, if the best they can get is Anthony Davis out of that trade, I guess, again, I know we crack on Anthony Davis a lot. He's a phenomenal player when he plays. Like, he's only just a little more consistent in terms of like being available than like freaking what's his name? God, why can't I think of his name off the top of my head? Probably better still than Paul Gasol. Yeah, true. But I'm not sure it's enough to win another. I just said, yeah, that fair. Is Renavero's more tanky than Death Trap? Well, you really shouldn't be tanking things with Renavero, though. Like, playstyle wise, you need to kind of keep somewhat of a distance to get all your buffs. So, I mean, Renavero's, I mean, as long as you have a barrier up, you're pretty tanky on Rogue, naturally. Currently playing Renavero's, and the most I've hit for is 20 to 40 bill when I fight a boss is not above 10 bill most of the time. Is that just because Trick Assassin what I'm doing? Something else wrong? What guide are you following for Renavero's? And yes, if the highest you've seen is 20 to 40 billion and you have pretty decent gear, then yeah, you're not proccing precision most likely. Like, you're missing out on big deeps. I'm just trying to get used to and master the ultra tryhard just for fun. I don't have much else to do, so we're gonna do that and then probably min max whenever else as much as I can. Your Heartseeker, I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Parents, what's up, man? How's it going? Daddy Caboose, appreciate the follow. Make 65 from Maxroll. Yeah, you're definitely not procking precision if you're. I mean, I have pretty mediocre gear right now, and you know, I see crits in the, you know, trillions range, low trillions sometimes, but never as low as like oh wow, that hurt. Never as low as 20 to 40, like 20 to 40 billion. Like that's really low for random rails. Again, I think if that's the case, you're probably not procking precision. I would check and make sure that you're following you're following the stats pretty much verbatim. Participating with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, sir. And also make sure you got your specialization correct. Make sure your key passive is correct. I'm assuming you're doing the Shard of Arathio, like either the ancient or mythic or speed farming variant, right? Never get locked into a conservatorship. I will keep that in mind, sir. So far, I don't think I messed up my rotation this run. I was well, spoke too soon. Just did it. Just did it again. Definitely spoke too soon. That should go on shard. Yeah, I would check your rotation, man. Keep past this rotation. Make sure you have the correct stats, not just have the gear, but also that could be correct stats. Still getting used to the playstyle. Yeah, it is a bit more involving in general. Okay, that was really good for a 110 in terms of the speed of that kill on that boss. It's my birthday, February 5th. So Wednesday, I think. Your build is great though, that said, by the way. Thanks, man. I keep getting I think more so in the recent than before. I've been getting people ask me about the Beast Fall Boost Barrage thing. And it's like, I guess I explain it in the video, but because people tend to skim the videos or whatnot and not look at the pros and cons of things. But like the leading clear right now isn't the most optimal way to play Random Rails. I mean, it works if you're lucky enough to not invert your rotation, but I don't think players, anybody who's trying it right now really wants to do a ultra tryhard variation throughout an entire run, or like fish with it. I'll put it that way. Because when you don't mess with your rotations and you're pretty like locked on and solid, it looks like this. But every Arena Rails is getting all the buffs and precision stack every time. But it is hella hard to be consistent with it. Is your happy early birthday? Yours is Friday? Okay. Well, happy early birthday as well. You're February 7th, right? Aquarius in the house, including Parents. Parents is also Aquarius, I think. Pretty sure, yeah. In the end of January. Like this was a good run. Up, I messed up my rotation right there. The first time this run. Am I planning on trying Death Trap too? No, I don't like Death Trap. I never liked the mechanics of Death Trap. Never really appealed to me. It's kind of weird. I know Bramble's a pretty tanky boy, but... And my rotation's on point right now. Weird. That was weird. He should have died like maybe second stagger. Maybe. How much of my Random Rails cooldown don't reset fast enough? Any advice? You said, boy, you need more than 150 energy. That depends on the version you're playing. If you're doing with the Shard of Arathio, then 150 energy doesn't matter at all. If you're playing Beastfall 1-to-1, then yeah, but I don't think that's what he's playing. I still like, I don't know. Exit Whispers giving you AK fortified. Nice. Yeah, but if it's not resetting fast enough, basically you probably just don't have a GA on your ultimate cooldown reduction, RoA, on the amulet. Like that's what I spoke about in the video. Like that. I mean, for it to be smooth, that's what you want. So if you just have a Word of a Con, like a a non-GA where the con or the GA is not not on the ultimate cooldown reduction, then you have to roll ultimate cooldown reduction on a ring. You're playing Renevails or Heartseeker, just Barrage in there. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that's what he's doing. I think it's just unfortunate though, because a lot of people just don't know like the pretty big cons behind doing just Barrage. And trying to, like, people see all the arrows being spammed and thinking that they're actually doing a lot of damage when it's pretty inconsistent with the precision procs, but it looks like we're doing a lot. But the moment that your rotation inverts on accident, which will happen because you cannot track the precision stacks as it goes around your, you know, your buff bar, is like practically impossible to like glue yourself to look at that. If you're on an invert rotation, then you get no precision stacks on your Renevails, no matter how many Renevails you're casting per second. So you're literally at the mercy of like RNG at that point. Hopefully being able to at least get the 50% proc rate at best. Which, if you're gonna do that, you might as well do ultra tryhard because you're gonna get more damage out of it anyway, like considerably more damage. If you notice, I don't have to spam to sit there and like clear really easily. Like basically one or two waves is enough on like a speed 110. I don't have to sit here and spam all day because my Renevails is just proccing precision every time. I don't have to spam and then like hope that one of the or two of the 5 Renevails you cast it actually proc precision, which is definitely inefficient for speed farming. But it looks cool though. It looks like you're doing a lot though. With all the spamming. But I do wonder if they're gonna like take a look at how we're playing Renevails, because it is a very convoluted setup, and I think we need a better, more less convoluted way of like trying to play Renevails going forward. I was already kind of worried about this when I was writing it on Maxroll. I'm like, how am I gonna make this fun and approachable while ensuring that you actually deal damage every time on your Renevails? And that was hard. Let's pin shot for him. Honestly, the same thing that it would be for Barrage. I guess replace Barrage with pin shot. It does the same thing. It just spends energy. But I think the reason why I went with pin shot is because I can see pin shot clearly. Like I can see it when it actually, like, when I shoot it. So I know that I actually hit the buttons in the right order. Whereas Barrage is kind of hard to see whether or not I actually shot Barrage when I'm in the thick of things. So that's why. Also, pin shot, even though, well, that's about it really. I can just see pin shot a lot better, so I know, okay, don't dash until I see the thicker arrow shoot across, kind of thing. So I don't mess up my rotations. That's all it is. Also, pin shot is also more expensive, by the way. So it does eat up more energy than Barrage does, which makes it more consistent and making sure that even though I'm above 150 energy, that it actually does bring down everything. So it's kind of like reassurance, even though it's not necessary. difference between Rain of Rails, Death Trap, and all the other builds kind of crazy. I actually don't even think Death Trap is really that high. I think honestly, I think it's gonna cap out like around the mid 120s, which isn't much higher than what Heartseeker can do really. Like, because when I was watching like people with like decent gear, Speed Farm or Death Trap, like 105s was kind of like, you know, getting past the, you know, getting into the 4-minute mark and stuff. It's higher than everything else under it. Yeah, but I guess what I could say is that like I think Death Trap is closer to Flurry and Heartseeker. Like roughly like maybe like 5 to 6 pit tiers roughly. It's Rain of Arrows that's definitely the outlier. Rain of Arrows is definitely the outlier. Like, you know, if a build is like maybe like 5 or 6 pit tiers better than another, that's okay. Like, I think that difference is okay. When you have Rain of Rails that's like essentially like 20 something pit tiers better, now we're talking like, you know, okay, that's just way out of line. I could start pit with one Barrage, pit, then Rain of Rails and Barrage. The precision will be 3. That's what you understand. Have you watched my video, Joseph? You haven't watched my Rain of Rails video, have you? Let me pull it up. I might have to change the whatchamacallit because you might not be able to hear. My channel real quick. Universe. And I don't know how to, hold on one sec. Okay. All right. On YouTube, can you hear this?
Yo, Dark Side.
Sean versus
We
Games
just got
great.
raided, son.
No sound for you on YouTube?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat
What's
for
up,
these
man?
new viewers. Sheezy out.
What is up, sir? How's it going?
John_versus_games raided my stream with 5 views.
All right. Well, let me do it the other way then. I'll just do it in game. I'll just show you in game. Cause I feel like it's kind of disingenuous when people don't tell you, like, don't mention it. And if you haven't seen the video, then I think you should check this out. Thank you for the raid, man. How's it going? How goes the stream? Not bad. I actually just woke up like an hour and a half, almost 2 hours ago, to the whole Luka Doncic trade to Lakers. So Mavs gets 80 and some other stuff, and Lakers get Luka Doncic, and I'm just like, are you kidding me? I seriously thought it was like April Fool's or maybe a Groundhog Day joke or something. I was like, no way. Okay, why is my game not pulling up on OBS? Come on, bro. Come on, OBS. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Capture the game, please. Please capture a game. There we go. Okay. All right, let's go to Kiyovashab real quick. You said, yeah, sure, many times. All right, so check this out. I guess I don't have to change anything, but all I need to do is do this here. Okay, and just to make sure that, you know, we're... Gotta... Okay, so... All right, so Joseph, here we go. Let's talk about this again if you didn't get it in the video. So you do a 1-to-1, right? You do this right here. You've seen this, and you're like, yo, look at all the, like, you know, arrows I'm doing and all the damage I'm doing because I'm getting a bunch of like rain arrows, right? Like, must be super powerful. Like, you got to be incredibly powerful, right? That's your thought, right? Like that. Yeah, I know. So here's what happens, okay? On a optimal rotation, Barrage becomes the first stack, right? Rain of Rails becomes the second stack. Barrage is the third stack, right? And then Rain of Rails procs precision on the fourth. Meaning that your Rain of Arrows is getting... Your, like, 50% of your Rain of Arrows is getting precision. So that means every other Rain of Rails is doing no damage. Every other Rain of Rails is doing damage, but the first Rain of Rails you proc in that rotation does no damage. So only 50% of the time you're actually dealing damage. Because if you don't proc precision, you deal shit damage. Now what happens if you're around the rift, right? And then all of a sudden you shot a Barrage extra on accident, which is going to happen. Obviously, you're not going to be able to make it perfect every time. And yeah, so actually, hold up. So like, what happens if your Rain of Arrows is the first stack? So check this out. So I shoot Rain of Arrows, right? That's stack 1. So what if Rain of Arrows is on stack 1? Well, now Barrage is on stack 2. Rain of Arrows is on stack 3. Guess what happens on stack 4? It's Barrage. Barrage procs precision. If I'm still in that same 1-to-1 rotation, then Barrage is going to get the proc every time. See? Right. So every time Barrage is eating that proc, and none of my Rain of Arrows is actually like getting the proc. See, right here, all my Rain of Arrows right now is doing no damage. Every single one of them is doing no damage. You can even see the dummy. Look at the dummy, barely hitting for a billion. Now all these random arrows are pretty, but the rotation is inverted, meaning that all those random arrows you saw me shot didn't get a single precision. Now this happens more often than people think, because you cannot see the precision key passive stacks. So my thing is, if your rotation is, if you rotation a Barrage happens to be stack 1, then it works out just fine mostly. But it's not always that case. You're gonna run through the rift, you're gonna hit things. You might actually attack with Barrage on accident. You might attack with random arrows on accident. You don't know what stack you're at. And then when you finish with the pack, right, you do this. Maybe you might have casted Barrage at the end of that random rails before you went to the next patch. And if you did, you're going to be on an inverted rotation. Meaning the next time you do your rotation, you're now inverted and you do no damage. So what I'm trying to say is, doing it this way means that, let's say, I would say throughout a pit run, you're getting random rails proc maybe 30% of the time. And that's being generous. Because there's no way to track it. You cannot track it. You can't, because the buff, this right here is never where it should be. You can't see where this is at. And you're attacking so fast between the whatchamacallit, you have no idea whether random rails procced or not. Like every other. You can't tell. It's humanly impossible to tell. So you're literally at the sake of RNG at that point and hoping that you are actually, your 1-to-1 ratio is actually on the right rotation. You're hoping, like you're praying that it's doing that is that way. This is what people aren't saying and people aren't understanding with this. And so I get a lot of people like in my DMs asking me, like, hey, have you seen the whole, like, drop the Heartseeker, just do Barrage, random rails? I'm like, yeah, I've seen that. It's in my video. I explain the pros and cons behind that. I know people look at this and say, yo, this is like, this must be so much damage because of the amount of random rails I'm shooting. But that's not necessarily true. Now, if you can get it 50% all the time, if you can get the 50% proc happening every time, then I probably would have written that way on Maxroll, because I at least would have been able to guarantee my readers that you would proc precision 50% of the time, and I'd be like, okay, I'm okay with that. But there's no way that I can help my readers or anyone who's looking at a build to figure out how to not inverse your rotation and screw up all of your damage. I can't save anybody from that, and no one can save themselves from that, because it's just the way it is. We don't have a good indicator to let us know when it procced. We don't, like, it should be above our head or something. We just don't know. And it sucks. It sucks that it's that way. Because you're right. This does look pretty. It looks pretty. It really is. Right? But now it's inverted. Now I do no damage. All these random rails right now doing. Actually, no, that's pretty good. That wasn't real. That wasn't inverted. Only viable open world. I wouldn't even say open world. Like, why would you want to stand still in the open world and farm? Like, why would I want to go do this right here and then stand still and then do this, stand still, and then do this in the open world farming? Why wouldn't I want to, like, poke a little bit and get one massive rain of arrows while still moving? And not just clear the whole screen. Like, it's slower in open world. It looks pretty. It looks pretty. I am not denying that it doesn't look pretty. It's just, I know there are people who don't, who want us to be able to spam it more often. And I get it. Like, I 100% get it. But there's, unlike it was with Flurry, where we could proc stacks with Flurry, or whatever, and we were getting like 2 stacks per crit or whatever like that, where we can kind of do every other and get like a 60-something% chance of proc precision on Rain of Arrows, because Flurry did not, take the precision proc. That's why we did it with Flurry last season, because Flurry was, made sure that we proc precision, at a decent clip. We don't have that insurance anymore with Barrage. We just don't, because Barrage can proc precision, and that's a problem, a big problem actually. So like, I think that's like, and like that's why I didn't write that on Maxroll. I think people don't, and it's not, again, it's not like I don't want people to play certain ways, but like even like the pit pushing right now, like the people who are doing that right now for pit pushing, like they can go higher if they played if they didn't do that. Like let's say they play like an ultra tryhard rotation, like this one right here, like the ultra tryhard, like this one, where I'm like, they do like an ultra tryhard rotation, they will actually get more damage out of it. And actually this should be switched, because I missed on my rotation. Where I'm casting Rain of Arrows every second instead of every half second, but every time it's precision. Every time, every single cast is precision. It's a lot more work, yes, but it's a guaranteed I get precision stock proc every time. And so like the ultra tryhard variants, not saying just this one, but any ultra tryhard variant would literally be better than the 1-to-1 Barrage spin, but because no one has done that, or no one really wants to try to work that hard, I guess you could say, for Rain of Arrows clear, is why we don't see that right now. And I don't blame him. I don't blame anyone not, for not wanting to do that while I try to farm for Spirit Caller all weekend. I get it. Like that's a hell of a lot of work for a single clear. Is Matisse doing our ultra try? I think when he was doing it, I think he was doing the 1-on-1. Because I didn't see a basic attack in his rotation at all. Unless he recently switched. Yeah, ultra tryhard is gonna have Heartseeker in it in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, if you don't see Heartseeker in it, it's not ultra tryhard. It's 1-to-1 spam. Now I understand Heartseeker. No, I mean I'm not saying do it. I guess the only reason why I point that out is just to let you know that if you're going to go that route, to be aware of when you're not dealing damage, so you can quickly try to change your rotation. Because if you're unaware that that's happening, then you're going to be stuck in that inverted rotation for a long time and not know that you are. And then wondering why your damage is all over the place. Like, fluctuating all over the place. Like, wait a minute, I was dealing a lot of damage earlier. Why am I dealing no damage now? You see what I'm saying? So it's really just to educate, not necessarily make you change. But just more so getting you out, the idea of like, if you're going to do that, you're definitely gonna have to play with the damage numbers on for sure, because you're gonna need to know when you're in that inverse pattern. Knuckles, what's going on? How do I do billions? Most rogue builds can hit for billions with decent gear. It's not really a trick or anything. Also, billions would be considered quite low in retrospect to like the top builds in the game. Unless you're hitting like really, really fast. But especially against pit bosses, yeah. Like I said, if you get an inverted rotation on like a staggered boss, you just ruin your run. If you're pit pushing especially, and like one of the first staggers or second staggers you got on that pit boss, and your rotation's inverted, you might as well just start over. Like at the highest end. So what's going on? Been playing spam Barrage because it's fun and easy for horrors and stuff, but extremely inconsistent. Yeah. And I felt like it would be bad for me to kind of put something on at least the Maxroll guy that was very inconsistent. How's it going? Just quest for the use beast fall boost just for more cooldown. Well, yeah, to bring the energy down fast. So I can cast Rain of Rails like when I want with a quicker rotation per se. Is doing the same with Barrage. Is DT doing the same thing? No, because DT doesn't like with Depth Trap. You're not doing precision. So spamming Depth Trap is actually what you want to do because you're not trying to proc a precision key passive. Depth Trap is not precision, so you're safe to do that there. Also, I've been actually kind of playing around with the Shadow Grass glove on this setup, and I've actually had some pretty decent success with it. Not because of the clone that pops out to cast Rain of Rails, because that clone is trash. Because it doesn't proc, it doesn't get the precision proc, nor does it get the second wave of Rain of Rails. So the clone is terrible. But the ranks to Rain of Rails is actually like quite nice. There were times where I was liking it better than like a regular glove. Wow. I totally messed up there. You start playing, you pick Necromancer. Do you know if it's a good class? Necromancer has the strongest build in the game. So take what you will from that. Bro, why these armored? There you go, armored dudes. I messed up the rotation. Yeah, why am I not hitting the... Bro, come on, there we go. Is it on a bit of overpower too? That I don't know, but I don't think it really matters. Because your damage is not really, you know, about whether you overpower or not in this setup. It's more so the biggest thing is that is the precision thing. Precision and of course the rain of rails thing, the additional wave. Those are the key components there. The overpower is just a bonus whenever it just happens to happen. It's rare. Alright, I'm gonna jack it up to 115. It means I had to probably do like 2 or 3 casts of Arena Rose per pack, I guess. Bro, that ring. Jeez, man. I feel like anytime a 2GA drops, I just assume it's just, especially on the ring, I just assume it's horrible. A ring or an amulet, it's just absolutely terrible. Like, why? Depth Trap more stronger than Arena Rose? No. But it doesn't really matter. We're like 99.99% of content in the game. That doesn't really matter. Death Trap still mollywops. Then what's going on? I was trying to super weird clone Flurry overpower build with 275 max resources so I can overpower every hit, but clone doesn't seem to be able to OP. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Oh, well, okay, in that case, yeah. In that case, I guess that does matter. That does matter. But I heard DZ trying to do something like that. I don't know what his results were with it. Pecha plays Flurry. He could probably tell you more about that. I don't know if he dove into any overpower variants this season. If my gear was better, I think this can be more consistent with the 115s. I'm gonna get to a point where like it's like, okay, your masterworks and your gear is not that great. And then you'll kind of start to see the limitations of what I'm wearing versus what I'm doing. The Showfloor built from let's use Matt is mad fun. Yeah. Yeah. About time like someone actually put a video out on it. So when I saw that he did it, I'm just like, cool. Surprised Mippy didn't really like do one this season. Alexiu's a good player, so that it's these armor dudes that seem to be harder to kill for some reason. Like just them themselves. Like they got more DR than like the other dudes on themselves. At times, is what it feels like. This wasn't a bad run, actually. I think you need to fix Shadow Clone. I think all the clones of bills will flap in power. Fair, true. Okay, I totally messed up that rotation there. Well. Ow. The gloriousness that of which is trick attacks, huh? Why do you mainly use glyphs for normal magic rare nodes? Why not take damage to CC'd enemies or imbue skills? Because they're additive. That's why. When we pick damage to normal or rare nodes, it's because they scale with something. For instance, versatility, right? We take versatility here because not only does it buff the rain of arrows, but it also buffs your magic nodes. So it makes the magic nodes around it more potent. So it's crit damage, right? So so right here is crit damage. We get a lot of it because of versatility. Guess what crit damage scales with? Trick attacks and precision. Right? Imbued skills doesn't scale with anything. It's just additive damage. So anytime that we do that, for the most part, or buff rare nodes or magic nodes, something like that, it's because we're trying to scale something that actually does scale with a multiplier. That's why we do it that way. Yeah. I mean, definitely there are some interesting things with clone that, while a lot better than they were, they're still kind of buggy. Sometimes when they're out, they will shoot, but they don't actually deal damage. It's not like a common thing, but it happens enough to make you annoyed if you know about it. If you don't know about it, then you don't know, right? It's just like, oh, okay. Or you might think, okay, maybe the arrows just ain't hitting in the right spot, or it got stuck somewhere. But the reality is that the clone just didn't do the damage. It didn't do any damage at all. It just shot and did nothing. But yeah, like I said, clones are considerably better than what they were, but they still got a ways to go. The thing to think about though is that if clone does get, all the fixes per se, right? Because it doesn't make a huge difference, because I had level new glyphs. Were you not following a guide, Rashaman, or were you just kind of just like doing your own thing? And yes, it does make a pretty big difference, because let's say let's say, I'll put it this way. You see this right here? Precision. Like this scales off your critical strike damage. So buffing your critical strike damage via Paragon board with a glyph is like a pretty big deal. Yeah. The game does a really poor job of explaining things, and a lot of things you have to kind of know the back workings of a lot of things in this game to really be able to make your own build. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to like go on it on your own and just read the tooltips and make a build, because they're just things that just don't work, or things that don't work like they say, or the tooltip is not correct at all, or there's no explanation of this or that. So it's very difficult to actually like go in and just do your own. Yeah, there are attack speed caps. Oh, but I will say this though. If clone get all of its fixes though, let's say if clone got all the fixes that should happen, then we might be in a case scenario where it'll be very difficult to play a build without clone, right? Because at that point, clone would just be too good. I think that's what they were trying to prevent initially, which is why they gutted clone for so long, but didn't come out and say it, because they didn't want to be like, oh, well, everything is gonna have to have shadow clone in it. So there is a delicate balance there to be had. Because right now, the builds that are not doing well right now are the builds that are just bad with clone. Like that, they really can't use clone well. Those are the builds right now that are struggling on road. Like Barrage, the only reason why it's struggling is because it doesn't play nice with clones. Pin shot, same ordeal. Like it doesn't play nice with clones at all. You play Barrage clone? Oof, yeah. You're gonna be running into a lot of issues, sir. Yeah. Barrage just doesn't play nice with clones at all. Because the clones can't shotgun, so like anything that the clone would be able to benefit from Barrage just doesn't. So this is with the Shadows Grasp this time around. Ow. Clones can OP, but BLT doesn't work because it's not a core skill. Gotcha. It was you guys who killed me. Oh, it was lightning damage, of course. BLT, Banish Lord's Talisman. Unique amulet. You're probably thinking BLT as in like bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. Right? I didn't give him a third stagger. Oh, it didn't take that long. I maxed out Force of Will and then put on spamming. And then when spamming right to me, you have to overpower frequently. My high crits are 500 mil, but my OP crits are over 1 trillion. But honestly, like I crit for over 1 trill without the overpower right now. Like there were a couple of times in that run I actually crit for 2 trill, just regular crit. And I crit all the time, right? Like practically 100% of the time. I don't have to wait for an overpower to happen. So I don't even know if it would be worth it to go that route. Although Shadow Grasp, I wonder what the percentage of damage that we're getting on our ultimate skills per rank. I know like they really like buff the per rank for the ultimate skills. I forgot that the rank 5, because of the distance, damage versus distance, like gave us like a ridiculous thing. Yeah. But I think I kind of went over earlier in the stream about the whole spamming Rain of Rails, where like you're getting maybe roughly 30% of your random rails is actually proccing precision, and the other 70% is doing no damage because of inverse rotation. So it's about 15% for 3 ranks post 5. Reason why I asked is because, like, honestly, this feels better. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. I don't know, but like this feels better than this glove here. Now, this glove is out. I mean, it's not like the best glove by any means, but I mean, I got decent crits on it, right? I got decent masterwork. You know, I got at least 2 on distance, which is what I should, right? And then I got critical strike damage, GA. So like this is kind of an ideal glove per se in terms of straight damage. Just but then when I'm doing Grasp of Shadow and I only have +6 and not +8, for instance, or whatever like that, I feel like my damage is better. Like, now the clone is worthless in this. Like the clone, like you just literally just remove the clone, like just literally just the rings. Now I know there's ultimate damage and that's 221%, and I crit bad on it, as you see, but like I'm almost just thinking that because I have so much damage versus distance and also so much crit, that maybe am I running into like am I running into enough of a diminishing returns where I'm not getting that much from the glove, and all I'm really getting is really just the aspect more so than anything. You can math it out, sure. So I have 122.8% on the for damage to distance in the glove, and 110% crit damage. Let's go to Kyovashaz so you can actually see my actual damage versus distance, because if I'm in town, you don't see it. You don't see it all. But I also wonder if there's some shenanigans going on with the implicit. The shadow clones execute injured non-elite enemies. Like, is there something weird going on with that we don't know? Is that bugging out? I don't know. I don't know. All right, blame SB. So let's put the glove on real quick. All right, so with the glove, I have also +7. So right now, so 7 out of 5 random ranks when I'm not in town, and I'm at 1407. The multiplier should be 1.8. Distant damage, you're getting 80% of your damage versus distance for random arrows as a multiplier. So it should be 1.8x. Should be. And so the glove is 122.8 additional, and then of course I have the 100%, 10% critical strike damage. And then when I remove the glove, obviously I am down to 1204 basically. What's my distance on sheet with the glove? Whoops, sorry. 1759.3. That's with the glove, and then of course without the gloves, 1505. Is that all the info you need? So you recommend tripling crit damage with distance on everything? I actually recommend literally just masterworking the damage versus distance, but getting you can't get damage versus distance on as a stat roll, only as a temper. So you want to go crit damage on the gear itself, but temper damage versus distance and masterwork the damage versus distance. That's what you want to do. Like I said though, Shadow's Grasp actually feels pretty nice. I mean, it is a lot of ranks, but so can you see when it rails flat damage on the skill? You tired? You don't know if you mathed it correctly. All good. Let me go back to Kiel Bashad. Because the numbers change when you're in town. All right, so we go to... Oh, that's what the... All right, so with the glove, the regular glove, how many arrows damages? Wait, did I buff anything? No. Or wait. That looks higher than normal for some reason. All right, yeah, well, 38 million, I guess, is what it... 38.8 million, I guess. So 10,854%. Upon the Shadow's Grass, that pops up to 51 million, which looks to be about I mean, just looking from the just the glove change, doesn't really look like that big of a buff, but I don't know like how that is scaling with the damage versus distance though. If there's anything like crazy going on there. I mean, that is the base damage though. So when you are multiplying everything on top of the base random arrows being... I know. That's why I didn't do it. That's why like I was like, hey, if you want to tackle this mathematically, you can, but I don't want to reverse engineer this. Can you briefly explain why I choose what? Heartseeker over Barrage random arrows. I don't know if I can briefly explain it, but the short version is if you just do Barrage random arrows, only about, on average, 30% of your random rails will prop precision, meaning that 70% of your random rails just won't do damage at all. So while you can spam random rails twice a second, only 30% of those random rails is going to actually prop precision in a realistic scenario. That's why. So on the Maxroll guide, I don't want people having their damage be that inconsistent and then wondering why they're doing damage sometimes and other times a lot of times they're not dealing damage. Because the moment that your rotation is inverted, let's say if random rails is first, Barrage is second, random rails third, and then Barrage is fourth, and it procs precision, then that means that inverted rotation, which you can't tell whether it's inverted or not because you can't see it anywhere on your bar, means that you deal no damage that rotation. And you can't control it. So while it's pretty to look at where you get a bunch of random arrows happening on the screen, a lot of them aren't really dealing damage. And sometimes you don't even know if you're on an inverted rotation or not. I know a lot of people do it because it's easy to play that way, right? It's easy to play that way. It gets the job done. But like if someone wants to do a ultra tryhard setup, you would consistently do more damage. Not saying you should, just saying that that's why I wrote it with Shard of Arathio on Maxroll, because I don't want people, asking me, hey, some runs I feel like I did great, other runs I barely could get to, or I could barely get a pit boss, what's going on? And then I have to say, well, that's just the way it is. And I don't think people would be happy when they find out that that's just the way it is. But I know people have made that variation and don't talk about the cons of that rotation. But the speed variant, so yeah, see, like with the crown, I think crown is actually the best way to play it for consistency for speed farming, honestly, without like having to try hard. Like if you want like an easy speed farm way of playing it, I think the version with crown and shard is like a real feel good option. Honestly, the only time you really want to use nameless in that is if you're trying to do like a higher pit with the Maxroll version. Honestly, otherwise crown is just better. You're welcome, Jordan. I made them, you'll put in the planner, blame? Alright, cool. I don't know how I'm maintaining this rotation while like skirting around them like that. The amount of buttons I'm pushing. Without messing up the rotation. Oh, I ran out of my cow trap. I haven't dropped a single rotation yet. Surprisingly. Just trick attacks being trick attacks on the pit boss, basically. The usual shenanigans. Yeah, I've literally done this rotation literally perfect this entire fight. Except for that time. I jinxed myself. Twice. Okay, I messed up twice. I messed up twice that run with that. But yeah. Basically like 115 is where like the pit boss is going to ruin my run. In terms of for it being speed, at least at my gear level. Gonna run over Shadow Gloves. I'm just saying like Shadow Gloves has kind of sparked a kind of a like consistency that I wasn't expecting it to. I do want to change out of this for her aspect. I know it like sounds weird. I want to do that, but. Just curious. Oh, you mean for Shadow Grasp? Or Grasp of Shadows? Not. I mean, the one I have is actually good. Like it is good for what it is. Like all I really care about is the GA on the Marksman and Cutthroat for the most part. If it was also GA on the Ultimate Damage, that'd be nice. Like those two, but I mean, basically what I have here is more than enough for what I'm trying to do. I'm constantly spamming Barrage, Rain of Rails. I agree. I have to try Heartseeker tomorrow. So you shoot Heartseekers and one Rain of Rails. I would take a look. I don't know if you haven't yet, Jordan, but I would take a look at my video guide for Rain of Rails on the YouTube. So like since you're on my YouTube stream right now, check out the Rain of Rails video guide. That'll give you a better idea of how to go about that route and the rotations and stuff. Because it's not just like it's not like a straightforward, I shoot 4 Heartseekers and then Rain of Rails. It's not like that straightforward. It's definitely going to be gear dependent. But yeah, check out that video. But I'm doing it ultra tryhard, so like this is with Heartseeker, but with pin shot to spend my energy, which could be Barrage if I wanted to be, but I prefer pin shot because I can see the pin shot, so I know whether or not I actually cast it correctly in the rotation. Then to give us a precision counter. I agree. That would help out a lot for different rotations on Rain of Rails, especially, man, or even other builds too. Bro, why did he take so long to kill? Everything else died like real quick, and this one dude. It's like, nah, bro. That freaking armor, dude. Yeah, I was banging this run until like the last two mobs, clunks of mobs. I don't know if I like screwed up or. Yeah, like that. That's what it's supposed to be. That was a 2 trillion hit right there. That was without for her, by the way. Yeah, this actually would have been a great run had it not been for those 2 encounters. I don't know what happened. Also wonder if her is bugged. Marauder. Yeah, kind of what I expected from this Pit Guardian. And precision. Missed my rotation twice there. wonder if going with they all seem so similar. I wonder if like going with Fist of Fate just for the faster staggers. I'm like, if I want to do it, if I want to attempt the speed 115 would make more sense. Planner definitely not calculating the damage correctly. Let's I hate Fist of Fate, but let's put it on real quick. And make sure I cap out. Need me some more of them. Let's see. Instance. No, we'll cut the 100. Why not? But they don't stack? Past 20? Really? That's strange. Alright, so it's Fist of Fate? Yeah, it's Fist of Fate. Yeah, come up point counter too as well. I wish that was also above your character. Like, there are too big of buffs to not be able to keep track of, if that makes sense. I somehow knew I was gonna die. I'm gonna try to push for this build. You know I don't push, Mark. You know I don't spend my time doing that type of activity. I'm not trying to regret my life choices here. I don't know why the shielding mods feel so weird. The champions. Like, there are times where they're real tanky, and then there are times where they just like explode. You know what? I'm gonna just cancel this. If I'm trying to see something, there's no point in continuing this one. Maybe a small push. That still regrets my life choices. Do you know what a push is like? Like, do you know like an actual push is just literally It's just literally farming Spirit Caller on precision. It is one of the worst things you can do on a rogue. One of the worst unfun things you can do on a rogue. I am not about to sit there and like be farming maps and then literally leaving every single pit thing until I get Spirit Caller, and then maybe see if I can finish that. No, that takes hours upon hours upon hours upon hours of just losing your life. And then you go back and you think to yourself, why did I do this? Why did I put all that time into this? When I literally could have been done, when I literally could have done anything else with my life. Literally anything else. Although I think there is merit just to kind of see what an ultra tryhard variation could go, because no one's really like trying to do the convoluted rotation for Rain Barrel's push, which I kind of would like to see someone actually do it, because that's literally the most optimal way to play it. Definitely better than like the one-to-one spam barrage thing that we're seeing. But I don't blame anyone for not wanting to try or to do that. Mac, what's going on? I love the link jam emote. Every time I see that, I know who it is. 12 has the biggest jump in rank and base damage. Really? Why? Why? Why is that? That's so weird. Why? Gonna be honest, this is actually kind of why I like Heartseeker and Invigorating Strike, because ironically enough, as much as this situation is good, you know, it's just bound to happen anyways on Rogue, just because we're so stagger dependent. Like the single target is respectable relative to their clearing potential, and so you don't get to a scenario where you just literally just destroy the gap between destroying the pit level versus killing the pit boss is nowhere near as big as it is on precision builds like random rails and rapid fire and stuff. So like you'll never get to a point where you do like a 2.5 minute Heartseeker pit run and then take like 2 minutes on the boss. Like it's just not gonna happen. Where legit that is the norm on precision builds. And it makes, you know, trying to figure out like what's the highest can I speed farm, right? So disingenuous, because your run throughout the pit doesn't matter at all how fast you do it, because what matters is how fast can you kill the pit boss, right? I'm pretty sure I could probably chalk out like a 3.5 minute 120 on the way to the pit boss, but the pit boss would take me like 3 minutes to kill, 3.5 minutes to kill, 4 minutes maybe. It's just silly. No, I mean, so like, can we get a zoom in on the superb gameplay Shank style? Oh, by the way, I gave you a shout out in that video, by the way, Blame SB, for Shank Rogue, not in the video itself, but in the description. No, you don't push, bro. This build out of all the ones I've seen you play, like you're right on the element area. I get it. You didn't watch it yet. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, it's nothing that you haven't already seen that you haven't seen on the stream already. It's a very short video, like 9 minutes, basically saying most of the stuff is basically from your Heartseeker setup or whatever. So like you're not missing anything you haven't like already heard or seen. But yeah, in the description, because like you gave some valuable inputs, especially with the shadow clone damage on like the bow or whatever, like that, like stuff like that makes a pretty big difference, and I like to give credit where credit is due. So now I was like, yeah, another basic attack enjoyer, you know, blame SB for contributions. One more thing I'm gonna try, and then I'm gonna just farm for some mats, I guess. I don't have anything. I have really nothing else really to do besides like try to min max a bit.
My magics await your return.
But yeah, that's actually why I'm gonna let you guys in on something I can't go into too much detail about, because obviously a lot of it is really like NDA stuff. But so I get to send feedback to the devs. I think you guys already know that as a Diablo partner. I've been sending, I think I could say this. I've been sending feedback about trick attacks the past couple of seasons, and just wanting to get that fixed. It does require some rebalancing when they do that, but the fact that it's compounding on itself is just a major problem with where rogues and itemization is concerned, because you're stuck using the Cowl of the Helm, Cowl of the Nameless for a lot of builds you don't want to play, like that you don't want to use it in. Like I don't want to use Cowl of the Nameless on most of the builds I'm playing. I don't. You know, granted, if you fix trick attacks, that helm dies. Like you will almost never use that helm if Trick-Attack is fixed. So there is that, but I also don't like the fact that it's literally best in slot in builds that it just doesn't make sense in. Why? But the thing is that with Trick-Attacks being that powerful, it makes the scenario that you just saw with me fighting that pit boss like sad, because Trick-Attacks just doesn't work on the pit boss without ads. You get no Trick-Attacks value at all whatsoever. You know, so which is a good chunk of your damage because it's compounding and then double dipping on precision. So that's why pit bosses are so ass on precision builds, especially. So it's like I knew going into the season, like even with all the rogue changes that they did, that like as long as Trick-Attacks is not fixed, we're going to be running into the same issues in terms of speed farming pits that we've been running into the past couple of seasons, where literally we just destroy the you know, the run all the way to, and then like the pit boss is just ass. Like it just feels so bad, and I hate it. I hate that's how it is, but it is what it is, and that sucks. And I don't know if they're gonna do what they're gonna do anything about it or what their plans are. Like this is not even like me having secret information. I legit don't know what they're gonna do, if they're gonna do anything about it. They're aware of it. It's a matter of like, are they going to do something? Like, it just feel it gets. I guess the thing is that maybe it'll feel better. Wait, what you doing? Maybe it'll feel better if like pit wasn't the only scaling content. Like maybe if in front of horse scaled, then maybe I feel better. But I don't know. You sure? How'd you get these? How'd you get these? These would be definitely much better suited for my Heartseeker setup. But they just dropped. I spoke it to existence. Wow. All right. No, but I would much like to use Air Perdition or Crown of Lucian would be nice to use on some builds, like more builds, I guess. Like Crown of Lucian has one niche use, and that's on the speed version of Renovail, so try to wrap you. But just in general, like Living still expensive this season. Well, they're expensive because Rain of Rails is like the best rogue build, and so Rain of Rails requires Word of Hakan, or Word of Hakan is Gregory, and well, you get the idea. I enjoy building for Crown. Yeah, I actually do like Crown. I prefer Crown in a number of setups actually. 3 GA shadows or 2 bill, 2 or 3 bill, dirt cheap. Which ties drop plenty of other masters, not still. I tend to have a lot of steel in general. I guess. Wow, did I... What happened here? Oh, there's nothing over there. Okay. This game gave you a UTI. Okay. I knew I was gonna die. I don't know why, but I felt it be like 5 seconds before I actually died. All that lightning. What that armor do is unreasonably tanky. It's been a very mediocre run. Actually, perfect. I got Din's mother again. And I can try the other aspect and see how I feel about it. Why am I getting stuck? Oh, my elixir ran out. That's why. No. Ow, 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 ow. That was so bad. Whoopsie. I was running. I'm like, wait a minute. No. Nope, still no. I can't 3-stagger any of the Rift Guardians. Except for, who was it? No. Any of them. I don't think I've 3-staggered any of the pit Guardians, pit bosses. On the 115. 110, sure, yeah. 115, no. if I propose to my fiance, should you give her a dex ring or a crit chance? I'd probably say dex since it's guaranteed. You know, I don't know how much crit you already have, so you know, if you're looking for something that you feel is gonna be more guaranteed, or she's gonna feel more, you know, guaranteed about, you don't want to be a chance, do you? So go with a dex ring for a proposal. Might be a smaller diamond, but at least it's guaranteed, right? Just have updated the board. Still the same. Board's still the same. There's nothing really to experiment around, honestly, with the Paragon boards this season. Last season, yeah, because they changed a couple of things, but they did no changes to any of the Paragon stuff, glyphs, or anything this season. So once you know you make the board, it's just there. Like you can't really change anything out for anything, just because every board has a very specific thing that you need for the build. Like I'll give you an example. This is Tricks of the Trade. You gotta take that because distant damage, you don't have a choice. Deadly Ambush, you gotta take that because crit damage here, you don't have a choice. No Witness is literally your best damage DPS board for your ultimate, and also the most intelligence you can get for your combat glyph, so you kind of have to take that. I actually have all my intelligence here. I feel like I'm missing like one, or is it really just 64? Anyways, then Dance Macabre. I don't know if I'm saying that right. You gotta take this board because it has damage versus distance, and that's of course for your Rain of Arrows again. So you have to take it, and then you got Dance, which because you are taking the distance here, you have to make use of this, which makes the rotations pretty convoluted for Rain of Arrows. So yeah, every board it's a specific thing. What should you do with the extra points? Max out your glyphs, I guess. So max out your control glyph if you haven't. Max out your headhunter glyph if you haven't, like around all the points. You already maxed out combat, so yeah. I mean, devious and versatility you don't want to max out because they don't do anything if you add more dex. But if you just get dex in general, dex is more damage. So I'll just find nodes or places in which you can easily grab dex. That's pretty much it. Like Paragon's boring. Like it's just boring. Like the fact that I had like 20 Paragon points sitting around because it legit just doesn't matter. I mean, if I'm trying to like super ultra min max, sure, but like realistically speaking, like I'm not really gaining much from the things I'm doing right here because I already have so much additive damage that this doesn't really, like the little me maxing out this glyph doesn't really do much, especially against the pit bosses, which is honestly the actual struggle, right? Let's be honest. Since you know crowd control, yeah, all that stupid stuff. Is it really just 50? Yeah, it's 59 on this board. Yeah, yes. Am I interested in Death Trap overpower Flurry build? That build doesn't really exist really this season. It worked last season, but not this season. Not only that, but I just don't like Death Trap as a skill. Like I don't mind watching other people play it, but I don't like playing it myself. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is gonna be a based take, I guess you could say. You can call it. However, the cool people say it. But I don't really like the idea of being able to spam ultimate skills. Like, I know that sounds really weird to say. It's like, well, why wouldn't you want to spam like rain or death trap or whatnot? But honestly, like if you when we get to the point of being able to spam those ultimate skills, then what makes them ultimate? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like the feel of something being like just super strong when you actually can cast it is what makes an ultimate skill feel ultimate. Like feels great. Like feels like, oh man, it just did the big thing, right? But if I can just spam it and it just does decent damage upon spamming over and over again, then what makes it an ultimate skill? It just becomes a glorified core skill that you just, and literally that's what death trap becomes, right? The numbers make it ultimate still, but it no longer feels. I'm gonna say the numbers, like I guess, but there are builds that technically can be. How about this way? Like Barb isn't playing an ultimate skill, but it's got more damage than like a chunk of ultimate skills in the game. So you could spam an ultimate. So like up this way, like you could spam DT and you could spam random arrows, but you still won't do more damage than Barb's non-ultimate skill. So at one point, is the numbers more important, or the actual gameplay becomes more important? Because like if you can do it all the time, and you're only just a little bit better than like other skills that you also can spam, then I guess feel like it just loses value, because then what makes them ultimate anymore? Like, by the way, if you can clear just as fast with Death Trap, but you could only cast Death Trap like maybe once every 3 seconds instead of like twice per second, it would feel different. Like it will feel more like an ultimate skill because the number will be even bigger. You see what I'm saying? Like, so if it dealt the same amount of damage, but you can only do it every 3 or 4 seconds versus doing it every half second. But your damage numbers are considerably smaller. And the 3 to 4 second would literally feel more like a umph, like that. You know, you just casted ultimate. But if you're casting it over and over and over and over again, then you become numb to the ultimate being an ultimate. It's just a spam skill, a core skill, technically. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not. There's no drawbacks, and your damage is just a little bit better than a core skill, in more ways than one. Well, I guess this season with the witch powers of like that, yeah, this is the season of the ultimates for sure. But I'm just saying, I know that might just sound kind of weird, but like from a gameplay mechanical standpoint, I feel like the ultimates kind of lose their value if they don't feel like ultimates anymore. Like they lose what makes them ultimate in the first place, which is supposed to be like this ginormous game changer when it happens. But if you spam it and you're not game changing anything, then it's like, oh, that's just feels like a core skill, in my opinion. I know, like, I'm again the weird way of looking at it, sure, but like it makes sense for a basic attack to be spam because it's a basic attack. You're not looking for some massive numbers per hit. That's the way it's designed, and it feels that way, and you're like, cool. But when your ultimate skill does that too, it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Honestly, I'd rather for like Death Trap to do more damage than it does now, like considerably more damage per second, but not be able to be spammed. So like DT should be hitting considerably harder than what it does. Like you should just literally just cast one death trap and everything in the area just explodes, even in like 110, 115 or whatever like that, you know. Versus it take like 8 or 9 or 10 death traps to kill an elite pack. You know what I mean? Like that just feels weird. I have to cast the ultimate 10 times to beat up a pack. How does that feel ultimate? You know what I mean? Versus like a nuke just dropped from like the sky or something and boom, everything is gone. Like that feels ultimate. Hey, you know what I mean? Maybe I'm the weird one. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a weirdo. But from a game mechanic standpoint, I don't know. It just feels a little off. Is Shadow Clone physical? Yeah. However, it can take upon the element that you are using in certain circumstances, like Cold Clip. It does get the benefits of Cold Clip, despite the fact that it shoots physical looking. Just wondering because a few different boards have been done for this build. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine what other boards you would take outside of those 5, to be honest, though. Unless you just don't want to do dance, right? Like, maybe some people just drop the dance board because they don't want to do the whole dance macabre thing, which is fine. You can go Elder's Bounty, which is actually a pretty decent board for this build. But then you have to drop like something important, whether that's damage versus distance, whether that's crit damage, whether that is like give me an example of like what board would you drop for what board? Because I think Eldritch Bounty is the only other board I can see you wanting to use, maybe over dance because of the convoluted rotations, but literally, I think that's the only thing I can almost see. But you're definitely doing less damage if you went that route. Maybe not for speed farming. For speed farming, maybe, you know, that could be the play, but when I'm using fluidity, oh, that's a glyph. You said board. Fluidity is not a board. That's a glyph. You mean people are using different glyphs? Okay, well, okay, that I can see. Yeah, I mean, you do have choices there. I don't know why these guys are still alive. Why are they still alive? He said using the ultimate skill twice in the run versus 100 won't feel like an ultimate either, as it becomes useless in the game by speed. Well, like that's why I mentioned the example. The example I mentioned was like ultimate every 3 or 4 seconds. So that's still using the ultimate a lot. I'm not saying it should be twice in the run. I think you went the complete opposite direction of what I'm talking about. Like you went like so far in the other direction, whereas like you casting the ultimate once per 3 days won't feel like an ultimate. Well, sure, yeah, I get that. right? But I mean, spamming him like, you know, twice or 3 times a second doesn't necessarily build. At that point, why are there ultimates? Why not just make them core skills? if they're gonna play like a core skill, why not just make them core skill? You know what I mean? Because that's exactly what it, like at that point, just get rid of the core skills and just make the ultimate the core skills, but give them the ultimate tag. Gameplay wise, right? like you might as well just be like, all right, well, you know, all the core skills you're gone, because now the ultimates are core skills, because they're gonna play just like that. That's exactly what's happening right now on Necro, right? Blood Wave. Literally no other core skill can compete with that, but you can spam Blood Wave. Okay, I'm actually doing good versus Blood Bishop, where it was. I don't know what happened. I had a really good first stagger, I had a really shitty second stagger. Ah, what happened? Shadow Step looks pretty good this season. Yeah, Shadow Step is, now that the, you know, with the clone, there's pretty big stonks there. Glad to see Lexi you actually put that out. I don't know. Maybe I can give another example about the ultimate thing for any anime enjoyers. Like maybe using the example of Spirit Bomb might make more sense. Imagine like a Spirit Bomb, which is the ultimate, you know, Goku's ultimate, like, you know, back pocket strat, right? When things look bleak, you know, you gotta just blow everything up, right? Or you just gotta blow, you know, just blow the dude up. It feels impactful when it lands and it hits, because it does the thing. But imagine like Goku having to do it like 6 or 7 times throughout a fight, and he does that all the time, right? Does it really feel the same anymore? Like you just kind of it just become one of those things where it's just like, why not just do Spirit Bomb instead of doing any other techniques and skills if it's just gonna be like that? I think Dragon Ball Z would be a lot less fun to watch if that was like the main play. But it's more fun when it has that, you know, oh shit, everything else is like, you know, nothing else is working, you know, let's pull out our ultimate move, right? And then it does the thing, and then you're excited about it. I do agree. At release, Random Varus felt more like an ultimate, even though it was way worse. I think the idea of like, here's the thing. I think, there's a reason why they cap, I guess, ultimates to a certain like cooldown or whatever, and I'm pretty sure it's because they may not have wanted to Just let it be kind of like a spam thing, like make it feel like an actual core skill. Although like it's death trap, though different because you are turning it into a core skill. So there is that. But I don't know. Yeah, I think it's something that you should be able to use, you know, a bit, but when it feels like a core skill, well, I guess I've already said the whole thing. I'm not gonna go back into it. But yeah, JC Precious said one of them using fluidity, fluidity glyph. I don't know if you're still there. Remembers the season 3 Gauntlet Barrage build? I already had a notebook with routes drawn out. I like. The thing is like, it's funny. That was the only time when like clone was useful before the fix. Because Gauntlet at that point in time was literally about shrine play. Like your actual build didn't matter. Your actual damage or build or what you're doing almost didn't matter. It was about speed and shrine play. We shouldn't be able to use it sparingly. And what are you referring to? The moment we use it, it should be meaningful. I think that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to get at. Like we shouldn't only be able to use it like once per 5 minutes or so, but you know, like obviously that's way too long. Or we know once every 2 minutes or however long like some of the previous cooldowns were at some points, but. I'll put it to you this way. I would like, personally, let's just say on Rogue for instance, I would like to actually have an ultimate be part of a build that can be used for situations that can just deal unimaginable amount of damage. We're talking about like easily, you know, hundreds of trillions or whatever of damage. But, you know, it has a pretty decently okay size cooldown. Like as a rogue, honestly, I would sit there and, for example, I'll just use Random Rails as an example. So like, let's say Random Rails is not like a build per se, but like just an ultimate skill you can add somewhere. I would save that ultimate for the Pit Guardian. If it meant that I can chunk off half of the Pit Guardian's health because I use that ultimate, despite, you know, I would much rather have that. That would be so much more efficient on a rogue at the moment, because that would be way more meaningful than me, you know, casting currently, like let's say in a Random Rails build on the 115, casting like 60 or 70 Random Rails for it to die, when I can cast one and chunk half of his HP off within another build, bro. I would take that trade any day. Because then at that point it feels like, okay, you used it at the time you should use it. It's like your trump card, you know what I mean? 1 hour no, not the 1 hour cooldown. No. But like, you know what I mean? Like something that's like, you said it should build good on hardcore. Every rogue build is fine on hardcore as long as you can keep your barrier up. So whatever build that can keep a barrier up is fine in hardcore. What's the highest pitch you can run at the moment? I don't know, because I don't push pits. I just do speeds. So I have honestly no idea how high I can go right now, but I also don't care. When I would go down Barrage. Not dying at 125, but your deal less damage time. Well, I mean, the higher you go, the less damage you're gonna feel like you're dealing. The stuff dies slower, so it kind of checks out. Which setup are you doing? Are you doing a Shard of Arathio setup, or are you doing a Beastfall boost Barrage spam setup? I'm sure if I was to do this with my ultra tryhard setup with the current gear I have right now, definitely like somewhere in the low 130s probably if I push properly. 133, 134 with my current gear. If I masterwork correctly and get better gear, high 130s, maybe right at 140 if I fish super duper hard, and make no mistakes in my run. Heartseeker with Rain Shard. Yeah. Well, the thing is that like it is a precision build. So when you're pushing, so now that you're on your 125, are you fishing for the right pit guardian, pit boss? Like, are you looking for Spirit Caller and Malice? Maybe Din can still be killable at that level, but like specifically Malice or Spirit Caller. Because if you're not, then just like with any push, you're just not going to clear, most likely. Nope. Yeah. So you're at the point where now you're where it starts to get pretty cancerous for pushing, where you have to leave if you don't get the right pit boss. It's not the build; it's just the way it is for pit pushing. So I do wish you good luck on that. Because it's going to start becoming way more frustrating as you climb higher and higher, just like it normally is for any pit pushing in general. Yeah, but if you're not farming for Spirit Caller or at the very least Malice, then I would just reset. So you get any other pit boss other than those two, leave and start over again. And that is pit pushing 1-on-1. Then once you start getting to 130s, you can't even play Malice anymore. It has to be Spirit Caller. And then you just rinse and repeat. It feels like any Barb Necro rushes through MR stuck. No, Barb has to do the same thing. Every class, Necro is really the only class that like can comfortably kind of do 150s without the fishing per se. Every other class still has to fish. So Barb still has to fish too. Because Barb just has to fish at a higher level. So like what you might need to do for Rain of Arrows at like 125 plus, Barb has to do it at like 140 plus. They still got to fish, it's just at a higher level of pit, but the concept is still the same. So you're still going to run into the same problem. It's just that the number next to the pit that you're doing is different, but the gameplay is the exact same. That's why you see me, like I said, like I don't do the whole pit pushing thing because I don't want to do that. I don't want to fish. I don't want to spend my weekend trying to find one boss. It could take you hundreds of tries to get a certain clear. It's just not worth, in my opinion. A lot of my friends who used to do a lot of that pit pushing or whatever don't play the game anymore. Or don't push anymore. They burnt themselves out. What's Heartseeker for? Basically, so my rotation allows me to be able to have Rain of Arrows proc precision 100% of the time. Because you can't do that any other way. So this is the ultra tryhard setup, which is a very difficult rotation. But I'm guaranteed the prop precision every Rain of Arrows. And I can pretty much cast a Rain of Arrows with 100% precision proc roughly about once a second when necessary. The friends stop playing this game after pit pushes? Yeah. Like after doing it for so long. Like you have to understand, like pushing people don't really understand like what pit pushing really means. People just think, oh well, I'm just gonna put in a key or a stone or whatever, and then do this 1x, or 140 whatever, and then get the clear in under 15 minutes, and there's my push. Like, that's not pushing. People don't understand the amount of fishing it requires. You leaving the wrong maps, wrong mob type, wrong elite fixes, wrong boss, and trying hundreds upon hundreds of time for a single clear. Like, people spend literally 14, 15 hours for a single clear, to try to get a single clear. A single clear. That's pit pushing. But most people don't understand what it really takes to do that. It's more luck than anything. Like, the stars have to align. And so once you spend many hours, 50, 60, 70 hours of pit pushing or like that, you come to hate the game because the journey isn't fun. No one enjoys the pushing part of it. People enjoy the outcome when you actually clear and be like, yo, I just cleared this pit. But no one is enjoying the actual process of fishing, which is what you mainly spend most of your time doing when you're pit pushing, right? So people just get burnt out. Like, Crafty's burnt out. You don't see Crafty pushing anymore. Mippy burnt out pretty early. You don't see him doing it anymore. More notable names, Slot, Sanctum, the guys that you kind of used to see do pushing earlier in, season 4 and whatnot, and even season 5 don't do it anymore. They're burnt out. And me, knowing that I've done this type of pushing in Diablo 3, I understood the process, because it's basically the same thing as GR pushing in a sense, just worse. Worse in the sense of the enjoyment factor, in my opinion, in terms of the journey. And I was like, I'm just not going to do it. I don't want to hate my life for a clear next to my name and to go kind of like, well, I did it. And that's just me. Some people are just like, I'm gonna do it anyways. But I always say good luck to them, because it sucks a lot out of you. It really does. Why don't they just change the bosses so they're more the same difficulty? That would be great. Rosh, that would be great. I've been talking about pit balance or boss balance for a long time. I would love something like that. But it goes a little further than that, though, because there's a problem with the way summon skills scale with certain aspects of things. There's a stagger problem, crowd control problem. There's a big problem that goes beyond just kind of making all the bosses the same HP. Because even if you made all the bosses the same HP, same difficulty, you still will be fishing for Spirit Caller. There's a specific reason why we go for Spirit Caller, and it's not just because of the HP. It's still achievement for some players, yeah. It just, at some point, I guess those players have to wonder, was the achievement worth the journey? Right. And I think if you ask people now who have done it a lot, who don't do it anymore, they'll probably tell you that they probably regret all that time they spent trying to do it. But some people will be like, it's still exhilarating for me, so I'm still going to do it. And, again, best of luck to those people. What's the reason for Spirit Caller? Ads, basically. A lot of builds require scale with crowd control multipliers, and since you cannot crowd control the pit boss until you stagger them, having ads to help you build up crowd control multiplier sources, especially on Rogue, will help you actually kill. It's like that on D3 as well? Yeah, of course. But actually, you said, am I trying to catch a new sword and horse? I mean, yes and no. I think I'm just doing horse to kind of be doing something. I think I didn't want to do piss anymore, so I'm like, I'm gonna go do hordes. It's kind of all this is, honestly. If you want to be honest. But yeah, Peacha's right here. Oh, Peacha, while you're here, me and Crafty were thinking about doing like a Monster Hunter's Iceborne run before Wilds. Would you be interested? I think he's gonna get his brother involved too as well, so we can have 4. Try to see if we can kind of try to coordinate this somehow. Is that gonna be streamed? Probably. You don't think your zone will work? So, are you at work right now? Or about to go to work, or just got off of work? Like, what time do you normally get off of work? Oh, it's a weekend right now. I see. Yeah, okay, fair. That's true. It's Sunday evening for you. Thanks, Team Dudes. I had a question. What's the reason behind changing from precision to victimized for your Barrage this season? Well, it was victimized last season too for Barrage. So the guide didn't really change much from last season to this season. But I did add a now the season before that, like season 5, it was precision, yes. Season 6 it was victimized, and so is season 7. But honestly, I think Barrage, any variation of Barrage is just kind of down bad right now, to be honest. Yes, you did see. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I just think Barrage, because clone is pretty much the meta if you're not doing any like, you know, ultimate base skill like Rain of Arrows or Death Trap or whatever. So whatever skill can do well with clone is considered good this season for Road. So Shadow Step, Heartseeker, Flurry, Twisting Blaze is okay. But like Barrage and Pen Shot, they definitely fall off because you need a clone to do very specific positioning stuff that you can't get them to do. Like Barrage, you need them to shotgun, and they can't. I won't say they can't, but they're definitely not likely to do so. And Pen Shot, they're not going to line up mobs. They don't know how to line up mobs. So, like, you saw the rogue damage 1G on the Dex, 2 weapon mastery, and 9% attack speed. So for 11 billion, no idea what the buyer uses for. I mean, it's not a terrible amulet. I wouldn't pay 11 billion for it, but it's not god awful. You can just roll the attack speed into Frigid Finesse, and you have a pretty like usable amulet. Is it the best that you can do? No, but considering how hard amulets are to get in general, for your spec, I mean that's definitely usable. Does Hexa Whisper work with Phantom String? I would assume so. We don't really use that on Rogue, so I'm not 100% sure. She's like, only yesterday you were saying the clone was ass. No, I was talking about with like rapid fire. So the context matters, right? It's ass on certain things for sure, yes. Rapid fire, like Barrage is like, it's ass on Barrage, right? But it's amazing on Heartseeker. For example. You thought you were this makes us why GA Feature Finesse Amulet I saw you yesterday was so quick. Yeah, that's Feature Finesse or GA Feature Finesse is like, you know, top tier. But your stream time is usually 11 a.m. to about 5 p.m. my time. Oh, I see. Oh, so basically literally during your work hour. Okay, your work hours. Speaking of which, just I did talk about Monster Hunter or whatever like that. I think starting next week, I'm gonna get into the habit of maybe doing, like, I'm still gonna play some D4, but when the beta comes out of Monster Hunter Wilds, I'll be blasting out on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I think it's like a 4-day beta. So it'll be practically just Monster Hunter for those 4 days. And I think the beta comes back around from the 13th to the 16th, so I might do it again then as well. But there might be times where I will sit there and do like I might start with Diablo 4 and then like play like some Monster Hunter Iceborne or something on the back half of the stream. So just kind of just to put that into perspective, where I'm at the point where I'm a slowly min-max my Rain of Arrows and Heartseeker, like slowly. We're talking about like, you know, I'm not grinding at this moment, right? We'll just remaster work appropriately, like properly and stuff throughout the remainder of the season or whatever. And then when the 28th of February comes out, it might just be purely just Monster Hunter at that point. But we'll see. Gonna try out new weapons. Yeah, I mean, chances are, like, my 3 favorite weapons right now are bow, dual blaze, and hunting horn. I'm actually leaning more towards hunting horn than anything else. I don't know why, but I enjoyed that a lot in Monster Hunter Rise. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna play the same way in WoWs. I don't know. I didn't play the first beta, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays. If I don't like how it plays in the beta, then I'll probably end up being a bow main or even dual blaze. We'll see. I main dual blaze in the world way back in the day. So you're one trick pony. What's your weapon main? What am I doing? Charge blade. Chad blade. This is nah. I'm like definitely rusty though. I did play some Rise, so I'm not like that rusty, but it's definitely a different game than like World and Iceborne or whatever. So when I have yet to play the expansion, like World's expansion or whatever. So. Curious to see how the weapons are gonna feel after I played Rise, Sunbreak or whatever for a little bit. Longsword game Rise Up. Actually, speaking of which, what are the new weapons again in Wilds? Is it new weapons or just like new moves to the same weapons? Bow is deceptively hard. Like you would think that, you know, playing with the bow and arrow would be easy in a game like that where you can kind of like be right out of range of most monster attacks, at least early on. But it is like it is deceptively difficult. Because you're pretty much a, you know, close range. It's a close range weapon at the end of the day. You know, you have to manage your stamina really to get the most out of. No new weapons, just tech. Gotcha. Yep, it's most efficient up close. think I'm gonna turn off numbers after this. I'm tired of looking at these numbers, to be honest. I guess I don't mind the buff effects and stuff. Buff effects, crowd control effects. No, I should change my my mercenaries out just so I can like finish leveling them all up to max level so I can finish getting them ranked out. I haven't done that yet. Being lazy. Hey bro, can you test to see if the grass of shadows glove is bug? My clone proc from that glove spawn but do nothing at all. But it only does one attack. Like it doesn't stay out. It does one attack and then it like kind of stands there and then it goes away. It's not like the regular clone. So probably what you end up seeing is you're looking at the clone after it attacked, and then like stood there for a second and then like went away. Is what you're most likely seeing. Would you get equal value by stacking attack speed and spamming barrage whenever else one-on-one and proc the precision every third whenever, or rather than using barrage Heartseeker? No. No. Because that's not how it works at the end of the day. Let me give you a short explanation because I get this question a lot. So I'm using pin shot, but you can do barrage. It doesn't really matter. The optimal way of doing 1-to-1 is if barrage is 1, Rain of Arrows 2, barrage 3, Rain of Arrows 4. The Rain of Arrows gets that precision proc, and then that stays on that rotation. So that's 50%. I mean, you get precision stacks 50%. Precision proc 50% of the time if you're on that rotation. The problem is when that rotation is inverted because you can't see your stacks. You can't see this buff thing coming around. So you don't know whether barrage is your first stack or Rain of Arrows is your first stack. So if Rain of Arrows is your first stack and you're just going 1-to-1 barrage Rain of Arrows, but Rain of Arrows just happens to be the first stack, that means Rain of Arrows first stack, barrage is second stack, Rain of Arrows third stack, barrage is the fourth stack, which procs precision. If you continue on that route, that means Rain of Arrows gets no precision stacks at all in that rotation. Problem is you don't know whether you're on that inverse rotation or not. And if you are, you deal no damage. So you're either on the correct rotation where you get precision 50% of the time, or you're on the inverse 1-to-1 and you get no precision stacks at all on your random arrows because it just goes that way. So best case scenario, you're procking precision maybe just like 25-30% of the time. Just use a macro. A macro isn't going to prevent that. I wouldn't suggest anyone use a macro because you can get banned for that. But like it still isn't going to like a macro isn't going to stop you from inverting your rotation. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying like if you've done it, like if you run that now, Mr. Edwardson, you probably have gotten times where you felt like, why aren't you doing any damage? Or why does it seem like you're spamming a bunch of random arrows, but none of them were doing any damage? That's why. And you were kind of wondering what was happening, where sometimes you'll kind of like do great, and then other times you feel like you're doing no damage at all. That's why. So it's easy to pull off, but to using macros is banned. I said you can get banned for using macros. Is what I'm saying. And like a repeater macro, no, probably not. But if you're using a macro to do more than one action per keystroke, that isn't a repeating macro, then yes, you can get banned for that. Whether or not they follow through with it is like on them, but like you can get banned for that. You've used your barrage but haven't been banned yet. Doesn't mean that they haven't done so or that they will not. So you're taking a risk by doing it. But all I'm saying is that, you know, you definitely can be. So I never like tell people to, hey, just use a macro, because that's, you know, that's a risk that I'm not trying to have someone take on their account in general. Also, I have a personal like thing about macros. I just think that if you're using them, I don't know, like, never mind. That might sound a little like, I don't want to sound like elitist when I say that, but I don't know, like, I'll put it this way. If someone is using macros and they're going for rank clears on like leaderboards or whatever like that, then you're kind of defeating the purpose. Like if you're trying to automate your gameplay and it's not really you doing all the set buttons or whatever, then like your clears, in my eyes, is pretty much invalidated. Because in any realistic scenario where there are actually leaderboards in any other aspect of any other games, you have to do the actions yourself. So if you have a program doing part of those actions, and then you go, oh, I cleared this pit level, you know, whatever, but you're using macros, then like, you know, it's like the game isn't that hard to begin with. Sure, there are button pushings and stuff like that, but I mean, I don't know. I just have a viewpoint about that because I used to game professionally. And like, it's just a look that I'm just like, rotation macro. That is technically like auto gameplay. If you're not doing a rotation yourself, then that's automated. It's not. Yeah, sure. It's not moving your entire character and like from one spot to another and like playing the game for you. But if it's doing the rotation for you, then that is partially automation. Yeah, is it not? I mean, if you are physically not doing the rotation, then that means the bot or the not bot, but the program is doing it for you. Therefore, you are not involved in that rotation. Therefore, the game is playing partially for you. Again, I don't judge. I'm not judging anyone for doing so. Like, it's your game. You play the way you want to play it, right? I would never recommend it to anyone, but I would definitely look at someone's clear that I see obviously are using macros to literally be like, in my mind, invalidated because you didn't do the work. I mean, now if you're just doing it for farming and you're not trying to compete against anyone or whatever, then so be it. You know, I still wouldn't do it, but like, so be it. Like, at that point, who cares? Right? You know, because it's like you're not affecting anyone else. You're not like trying to have, you know, get an advantage over someone else. But the moment that you're trying to compete on a third-party leaderboard or anything like that with macros, that's a different story. Do I use any macros? No. Nope. You would never see me using the macros. And even not only that, but like being part of Maxroll, we are by contract are not allowed to use them anyway. So even if let's just say hypothetically I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to anyways. Yeah, 3-4 hours into Barrage build, you'd be spamming them keys. But I mean, I guess the thing about it is, here's the weird thing about it. What did we do back in the day when macros wasn't a thing? Like, we had games that were considerably harder than action RPGs that we had to push a lot of buttons back in the day. I know we're older now, so like, I get the whole idea of like wanting to save your wrist and, you know, not push the buttons or whatnot. But it's like we never, like back in the SNES days when we were clicking a bunch of buttons all the time on the fighting games or whatever, like we didn't once complain about wanting to, you know, be like, man, I wish I had a macro. You know what I mean? Like, and those games were harder back then. I complete the combo very successfully. Well, I used to be for those who don't know, I used to be a professional RTS gamer. So like I was a StarCraft 2 pro. So pushing the buttons in order like this is kind of normal, I guess, for me, considering the amount of buttons I did push when I was playing StarCraft. For those who don't know, StarCraft 2 is like one of the hardest games to like get into to play. Learning curve is ridiculous. So like, you know, controlling one character with 6 different skills is significantly easier than, you know, than what I had to do when I was playing StarCraft. So like, I will say I do have an advantage of being in scenarios where I've had to play much harder things. So like rotation like this is just muscle memory for me at this point. It's like, oh, it's just that button, then that button, right? And then dash, do it again, that button, and then that button, do it again. Like that's muscle memory at this point. Is it easy? No, but I'm used to way harder, if that makes sense. But I do appreciate you saying that, you know, I'm performing it like pretty. I mean, I do mess up this rotation sometimes. Like it's not flawless. I've actually practiced this a bit. So I didn't just like put it together and go like, all right, you know, I did actually have to like get the muscle memory to do it consistently. Like right there, I messed up. Blame SB. Like I said, I'm definitely not. I'm not shaming anybody for using macros. I'm not. I understand it in a sense. The only time where I personally have a issue with anyone doing so is when it's used for competitive purposes. That is it. Honestly, that is it. If you want to use macros for farming, I'm not judging you, but I would never tell someone to use macros, if that makes sense. I would never like suggest anyone to do so, because it is a bannable offense. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to be holier than thou, if that makes sense. But I don't want to see anyone like, I don't want to see anyone with their account banned in case they actually do take action. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to let you know that you can get banned for it in case they actually choose to take action on it. And of course, I don't want to see anybody's account get banned. That would suck. In case they ever, do choose to do so. Angel Lord, that my brother plays the Barbarian League with an entire map by just jumping with left click. I think it's boring. I build, we have to put some effort. It's more enjoyable in my opinion. I agree. I agree personally. But I also understand the other side of it too, Angel Lord, right? Think about it this way. So like, I'm like the ultra tryhard, which is why my rotation is literally called ultra tryhard. I enjoy that personally. I like pushing a lot of buttons, but I also understand the same thing. Whereas like action RPGs are at its core casual gaming, right? It's casual gaming. Like you literally play action RPG after, a hard days of work or whatever, right? You boot up, you just want to kill some, you just want to, blow some demons, collect loot, and then going about your business, right? A lot more people are into the try-hard stuff. Not for an action RPG. That's not what action RPGs are designed for, or designed on, per se. It's not about complicated rotations and complicated mechanics. That's not what is the genre is known for. You know what I mean? So I can understand people not wanting to do that. I get it. I totally get it, right? But there are a few of us that like that complicated, convoluted styles of play, and we're in a very small minority. But I also understand why people don't want to do that. Again, you work, deal with wife and kids. If you're married, you're just trying to get 2 or 3 hours of just blasting. You're not trying to, some people are just not trying to think about having to do all these different things to deal damage. They just want to click on something and stuff dies. And that's reasonable, right? That's reasonable in the game. That's really, a casual genre, right? So. Hey guys, can someone explain something why we need to use innovation on ring? I use the build without innovation. I can't see difference. Why is it useful? I just can't understand. What setup were you using? Oh, well then you're not using the same build then. If you're not using the same build and you're wondering why there's something on a ring and you're not using that build, then I think you just answered your own question. So like if you're looking at, let's say the Maxroll setup with the Shard of Varathiel, you have to use innovation. But if you're not using Shard of Varathiel, then obviously you don't need innovation. So you're not using that setup. So if you're not using that setup, then of course you don't need it. So yeah, I mean, you pretty much answered your own question. Other docs are Heartseeker without the ultra tryhard without the Heartseeker. Oh well, I guess in that case, no. Okay, I got you. I get it now. Well, if you're doing the ultra tryhard without, well, the without Heartseeker is not ultra tryhard. That's literally just one-to-one barrage spam. That's not the tryhard. That's the kind of the inconsistent, rain of arrows every half second spam. I mentioned it in the guide, in the fact section, why, like the pros and cons behind that. And no, you don't need innervation for that. But I kind of explain why you don't see me do that. And it's because you know, about 70% of your render rails won't get the precision prop on average. And that just feels bad. However, it looks pretty on the screen, but most of those render rails aren't dealing damage. Only some of them are with 1-to-1. For a better explanation of that, check out my render rails video on YouTube. The guide on YouTube. Go to the skill rotations, and then you can see you can see exactly what I mean by that. Blame SB, yeah, we can do a group port if you want. Sorry, I literally just saw your message. I had people offering RMT for the seller glitch for Paragon last season. Oof. I flipped up on Reddit and let them know I knew how to do it. I would feel horrible if that got someone counts ban. Yeah, I tend to never explain glitches on my stream, like, and I don't let people do it on my stream either. Like, if they want to DM each other or whatever like that about it, that's cool. But like, if there is a glitch like that in the game, you will never see me like talk about it. Like, I'll say there is one, but I will never explain how to do it on live stream. That is. Are you still on my friends list, SB? Blame SB. I am going to try hard. Practice makes perfect, I hope. I mean, it's a lot of buttons though. I honestly think, for most content, like if you're just speed farming, like Crown, like the speed farming variant on Maxroll is like so seamless, man. Like that is so much easier and so consistent. And the pit bosses feel a lot better to fight on speed farming with that setup. Thank you for the guy, but yeah, man, you're welcome. That's okay. Rob will explain the glitch to us on YouTube. Yeah, pretty much. That is true. That is very true. Can I explain the importance of Shroud of Frost Death armor for the build? That's for almost every build. I can understand why people don't understand it, and it totally makes sense. But the only reason why you care about this mythic unique is the +1 to all passive implicit. That's it. The amount of damage you get from the +1 to all passives beats any chest out in the game, basically. That's it. The stats you don't care about at all, like really, except for maybe the health. Health is pretty nice. All stats is, but you only really go for the chest because of the +1 to all passives. That's it. Like that's the main reason. I actually don't like the chests because I don't like gear that you pick only to do a very specific thing and the rest of it's trash. Like I don't like beast fall boots because all the stats on beast fall boots is trash. But the idea of being able to lower your energy for certain variants of, you know, rain and rails or death trap or whatever like that makes it a necessity for those type of variations. But the boot itself is trash. Like all the stats for the most part is mostly just trash. It's awful. Kyle the Nameless is in that category too, where I don't like that helm. But you take it because of trick attacks and you don't have a choice. But the rest of the helm, Unstable Elixirs is okay, but you can still get a better helm elsewhere if it wasn't for trick attacks. So you're stuck using Kyle with most of the stuff you don't even care about on it. But yeah, it's mainly the +1 to passive, so. Health is good, especially for an overpower build. Fair, yeah. But I guess I'm saying the primary reason for taking Shroud is definitely the +1 passives. If that wasn't there, I think you would see a lot less use of that chest for sure. That's good for the Necro build. Well, yeah, for overpower. That's what the other guy was saying too. But this new mythic Tyrael disappeared from the scene. Yep, sure did. Yeah, I honestly would rather use a regular chest. Just like a normal legendary chest. I did use Tyrael's for most of season 5. And then I was able to understand Infernal Horror's T8 at the time well enough to be able to drop Tyrael's Might for a regular legendary chest in season 5. And like that felt good. Yeah. Literally dismantle the Tyrael to craft your shroud. Pretty much. Sounds stupid question, but what about this to spend all your free Paragon point? There's a at least in my planner there's a all points drop down for the planner. So I have the starter, Bliss at level 46, in game, and then all points. So I mean, with your leftover points, you just kind of put wherever you think you might need stuff. But normally, I just kind of go for more decks. Like, I still haven't spent 15 of my Paragon points yet because I just don't feel like it. But it would just kind of just go into decks in some way, shape, or form, somewhere on the Paragon board. Paragon just needs a rework, man. It's an outdated system compared to the other systems in D4. It's the one thing that didn't really get like a big refresh when it came to the systems. Like the upgrading system got reworked. The would you rather PoE Paragon board? Actually, yeah. I kind of like the yeah, probably, yeah. I think there was still a lot of filler in the tree. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like there weren't a lot of filler, but I felt like there were more useful things to kind of take overall that were a little different than just more damage, I guess. But yeah, I do like the tree better than the Paragon board. I was shocked how well people kept their Stellar which is a secret until it was fixed. I don't know. I guess I knew about it early because, well, Maxroll, and of course part of Discord. So I knew about it very early. But yeah. The funny thing about it is that, like, it's funny that, like, you can't really hide that from Blizzard. Like, like an exploit, like they know about it before the mass amount of people know about it. I know that doesn't really, you know, seem like that would be a thing or whatever, but seriously, they do know. Whether they say anything about it is one thing, but they know about it, and they're probably usually on the fix before people, like before it gets out that it's a problem. Because that sometimes some of those fixes can take a little while to actually you know, happen to fix. And so people are thinking, oh, you know, Blizzard, they're not gonna know about that. Like they know. Like the amount of information they gather with what you do in the game is actually insane. Like they know. you're not getting away with anything in the game per se. I'll put it that way. Now, whether they take action is one thing or another, but like they know what you're doing. All right, Blame SB, request invite if I still have you on my friends list. I'm not quite sure. They started to notice a 10,000% uptick in site activity. Well, yeah, of course. Do you have any 10 keys, by the way? I was just using six keys. Is Glass with Shadow bug about the +3 cutthroat marksman skill? No. It just doesn't work while you're in town. Leave town and then look at it again, and then you'll see the extra ranks. Can you join? Yeah, sure. They have full server farms and analytics departments within the company that literally just do that. Yeah, exactly. I just find it like, you know, a little funny where it's like, yo, let's, you know, don't say too much, right? It's like we don't want to stick it out in the open. We don't want to get nerfed or whatever. Like, bro, they know. Like they know. Oh, Pichu, okay. Got a full party. Oh wait, we got one more. All right, there we go. They all suck. Bro, I'm still thinking about that Luka trade. Like, how? I did not see that. I don't think anyone saw that coming. Not even predictions, not even rumors, nothing. Just even the players didn't even know. They're just like, oh, by the way, we're shipping you off to so and so, right? Can Death Trap overpower? Yeah. It can't? Why? I'm assuming that's a bug. Oh, on cast. So it can overpower on cast, but not from the from the leathers. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think he was just saying. I think he was just asking in general. Can it overpower? Oh, clone doesn't. Got it. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. DT was the question. That's what I was trying to I was getting confused. We got different rogue builds being played here. There's two random rails builds, but then there's a Heartseeker and then there's a Flurry build. Nice. We got some variety. Shut overpowered Jet Trap. I hear it's not that good. For the amount of investment you have to get to do, like, you honestly just rather just play normal Death Trap, honestly. From what I'm hearing. In Maxroll. Because any overpower build is a huge investment. And if it's gonna be a huge investment, it better knock, you know what I mean? And it's not doing that this season. Like, it was worth it last season on, like, overpower Flurry, right? Whether you like the playstyle or not, but it was worth it. Close quarters combat's a pet. Yeah, I think because close quarters combat is actually, like, useful this season, right? You know, it has a multiplicative scaling now, right? So thankfully, close quarters combat has a multiplicative scaling, because I kind of feel like Heartseeker and some of the other basic attack skills wouldn't feel nearly as good this season. We would be stuck with Victimize and yeah. Yeah, yo, what is with these boons, man? Boons are asses run. Are you really taking like Flurry size on a lot of things, Peacha, on Flurry? Because it feels like, at least on my screen, like your Flurry looks kind of like a little bigger than standard, maybe if that. Okay, gotcha. I wasn't sure how important it was now that you have a clone that can kind of go hit other things too. So, what is the bug on Twisted Blaze build right now? It's not. So Twisted Blaze isn't what's bugged. It's more so that Shadow Clone isn't getting the benefits from poison imbuement. Basically, that's the issue. So it caused basically what would have been a pretty ridiculously good build to not be do well, I guess, this season. Hellborn on last way, I know, right? Of course. By the way, has anyone done any Dark Citadel this season who was like in the party? And if so, do you have any Goblin scrolls? Apparently, I hear they work in Infernal Hordes, and they give like a bunch of cinders, or not cinders, but whatchamacallits, Aether. This is if anyone's done any Dark Citadel, which I don't think it. I don't recall or know anyone that might have. Kind of sad though. Like I'm sure there like a lot of work went into making Dark Citadel for like legit. No, like to legit like kind of be a like forgettable content. Honestly, I feel a little bit bad about that. Yeah, because again, I can imagine how much work went into it. Thinking, okay, we need people want some group play, you know, based things. So, and then, you know, I'm getting pretty decent Umber Cruxes that I obviously can't really use for this season. How do you get the range to prop more often? I'm having issues. I'm using the ultra tryhard variation on Maxroll. But generally speaking, I mean, you can, I'll say any version can do it, but like speed farm variant would be able to proc it probably a little bit more than what I'm doing, like slightly more than what I'm doing right now. Can you kind of go into more details of the issue that you're having? Red Hawk, are you there? Did you hear what I asked earlier? Like, can you go into more details about the issue you're having with your rain of arrows? Like, do you just have like a high cooldown, or? Dark City isn't bad, but once you've done it once and you've seen it all, but I appreciate the idea. Yeah. I honestly don't think it's bad design content. It's just there isn't a reason to do it. So Red Hawk, a couple of things. It just depends on like the variation you're playing. There is some one-to-one barrage random arrows thing you can do, but you'll spam a lot, but you will, like, most of your random arrows won't do a lot of damage, but it will look like you are. Then there's the Shard of Arathia, which I have on Maxroll to kind of make it easy to play. That version on Maxroll, you definitely need a GA on the cooldown, on the ultimate cooldown on the So without it, you're gonna have like a 20-ish second cooldown, like 18 to 20 second cooldown, in which you need to be able to spam Heartseeker with Shard of Wrath to kind of chew through, and that takes a while. So it could just be you just didn't really have the like a decent enough gear to really kind of bring it down enough, fast enough, but. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of work went into speaking of the aspect of care more. Oh, it does. Like your damage is still high. It's just that you're not casting it as often as you would like. So you're still like one-shotting everything in T4. So it is carrying per se. You're just not being able to use it as much as you would like. But you can't like having that kind of damage doesn't substitute the the idea of being able to kind of get it off cooldown faster, right? So you can use it more often. But the speed farming variant is like a 3 Heartseeker to 1 Marina Barrels, which is actually very nice. That feels really good to play. But that's what Crown of Lucian is a helm instead of Crown of Nameless. But you'll still need like ranks of innovation to really like play that well. Wait, who's dead? Peacher, you're dead? Okay, yeah, all these are bad. Yeah, but yeah, I never touched Dark Citadel myself either. Like I played it in the review copy of the game with Woody and them, but I never actually played it since the expansion, like the actual launch of the expansion. I do think at the same time though they might have been afraid to kind of do more rewards with it, because then you'd be kind of forced to play in the group for those rewards, and there will be backlash for that, right? But also having what feels to be like not worth rewards at all isn't the way to go either. They could make a solo version of it, and then like tackle on a leaderboard or something with it. I don't know. There are definitely things they can do to revitalize that content. But I oftentimes forget that it's there. I forget that Dark Citadel is a thing in this game. I almost forget Curious Undercity is a thing until I need mats. And it's like, oh yeah, we can do Curious, right? Sure. Yeah, so it was actually fun to me on the expansion launch kind of sizes. Yeah, I mean, I think some definitely cool ideas. Not gonna lie. Just the replay value is definitely not there. It feels like a once and done type or a one and done type thing. And I'm sure they put in a lot of work in that though, like, because that was like one of the things that kind of hyped up for the expansion, and you could tell how much work kind of went into that. That's a great point about the replay value of the Citadel. It's dev time that would have been spent better on the pit, since they've done nothing to upgrade almost a year. Pit, Infernal Hordes, all of that, man. Like Nightmare Dungeons, all of that. Like, I think we're all circling around this one, so I'm assuming we want to pick this one. Is that the assumption? Sure, but this has been a bad run too. This is so... Oh man. Shamish, what's going on, man? Snapple says, what's a good rogue spec to level with? Dance of Knives. That's pretty much it. You level so fast that I don't think you really need to think about other leveling builds, I guess, because you're not going to be in it for that long. Wonder which powers I'm using at the moment. Or of siphoning, or specialization. Sorry, or specialization, purging touch. Shaken Soul for the vulnerable. Soul Harvest. Those 5. Yeah, these are bad. We'll just do this one. How's it going? Hope you're doing fine. Didn't catch you on stream for a while. Yeah, I'm alright. I think this is like a late stream. I actually woke up late. Like I woke up at like 2 a.m. my time. My sleep schedule has been all off, like just crazy bad. But yeah, so like this was like an ultra late night stream start per se. It's the reason why I actually didn't play D3 this weekend. Like I just physically couldn't blast this weekend. I had to catch up on sleep and figuring out how to like actually like, you know, function like a regular adult. Like it got so bad this week that like there were times that I didn't eat and I forgot that I didn't eat. Like I just didn't know that it didn't happen. Like that bad in a sense. So I was like, yeah, I don't think blasting for, you know, a weekend for D3 is probably the play right now until my body can figure out how to be, you know, normal again in a sense. We're 9 hours apart in time zone, so if I'm not early, I won't catch you usually. Fair, yeah. Cause it's what it's like. What it's like 3 o'clock p.m. for you right now, or? You like fish sticks? It's like 10:30 p.m. and you're a part of Australia. Yeah, I tend like my stream time tends to be really good, really good for like New Zealand, Australians, or the Kiwis, I guess you could say. What's your opinion on the headhunts? The art team actually does a fantastic job. Like, honestly, on like the look of things. But like Blizzard's art team has always been S tier in my opinion. In terms of just like quality of what they put out on like a mainly consistent basis, man. Like the monster design looks really cool. It's kind of hard to like appreciate it considering like how fast we just blast through stuff and we don't really get to fight the things that long because everything just dies in like, you know, one wave, one hit, one shot or whatever. So it's hard to really appreciate the work done. But anyone found some good shards or shards of Arathio by chance? Anyone got a decent one? Hey, this is actually a pretty decent neck. Yeah, I could probably sell that for like pretty decent actually. GA decks with +2 malice. I think that actually do okay. To quote Ben on a Dark Citadel, why does the game even exist? Yo, I'm still wilding on Ben's video, man. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I've seen some like harsh comments, but harsh things, but dude just went in. Apparently Hawk did too, or Hawk TV I think also had a pretty interesting take, but this POE got something else. Yeah. I don't see myself like I have the amulet that I want for the build that for the other builds I'm gonna play. I don't think I'm gonna do anything else really. Like, it's either close quarters combat or precision, and that's kind of it. So I have a close quarters combat amulet already. Precision is Word of Hakan, so how much do they go for? I mean, obviously I'll give it. I mean, I'll sell it to you for cheaper, but I am a little lower on the go side. And I think I do want to try to get me a better shard of Arathio at some point from a Heartseeker build. But yeah, I'll sell it to you. How's the season? I like the season thing quite a bit. I feel like I'll put it this way. I feel like there's none on the market. Dang, really? Wow, okay. Okay, so I guess there's actual value in that then. We set the price, I guess. Dang, okay. I mean, what do you have? Or how much do you have? I'll put it that way. No, I mean like goal wise. I'm sorry. I'm trying to protect you as you're typing. Oh, sorry. So in the middle of my D4 comment, I think honestly, like, it's hard to give credit for a lot of the good things that they've done in Diablo 4 this season. Like, when you look at the overall, there's a lot of good changes that happened this season. A lot. The season theme is actually considerably better. The issue kind of boils down to, like, despite all the good changes and quality of life they've done, the content that we're playing in is still mostly horizontal progression. So you kind of get back to the whole idea of I have what I want, now what do I do? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what it is. And so all these cool extra things, or cool tools or new tools or whatever, but nothing to really do them in for those who play long term. Like, for those who like play a lot, like, we're back to pits being pits, right? Like, you know, pits are still in a pretty horrible shape. Inferno Horde boons are not balanced. Cuirass in the city is kind of a joke, but I guess nice for mass farming. You know, the Uber bosses still die in one hit on most builds. It's like you don't have, there's not much longevity for people who want to play long term. The itemization is actually considerably better than what it once was. I don't know when the last time you played. But Season 4 has done a pretty good job of D4 itemization in general. I don't really think that that's kind of the issue. I just don't think we just don't have as much to do with the things that we have. And the progression is really fast for those who play long term. So it's like the things that are actually good are kind of like overridden by the fact that there's not much staying power for blasters, right? Granted, most of the people who play the game is usually, you know, more, you know, there's a lot more people who are more casual who don't even make it to T4 difficulty. So when you look at the bigger picture, we are a very, very, very small minority of players in terms of like who are having these issues, but the issue is still there for you know, players like us. So they did a lot of good. It's just they got to figure out how to maintain the long-term grind. That's fun, and the journey is like fun, or I won't say fun because fun is subjective, but maintain a long-term journey that can keep the interest of players, and they haven't found a way to do that. Game moves too quickly, no grind means you quit early. Most players don't quit early. That's the thing. Like, you'd be surprised how many people actually play the game throughout the entire season. Like, you know, on and off throughout the entire season. The people who quit are a very small minority. Like, the people who quit in, like, you know, like week 1, week 2, whatever like that. Small minority of players, honestly. The numbers actually show there are many people there are way more people who are stuck in T1, T2 than people who are in T4 blasting. But we get the perception that most people quit because we're looking at it from a content creator, Twitter, you know, Twitch, Reddit standpoint. Most people who play the game are not on those platforms. They're not the ones like, you know, making, you know, posts about why they hate the game, etc. They're not doing it. They're the ones playing the game pretty casually, right? Again, T4 is super easy for us, but for over 90% of the player base, don't make it past T2, which is mind-boggling when you think about it. But that's the facts, right? It's like, okay, well, you know, right now it's just a matter of will the company allocate resources to give the 5% of players something to do long term? That's kind of what it boils down to. if you want to be 100% honest with you, you know, from a business standpoint, are they going to allow, you know, are they going to allocate spending for content that only affects a very small portion of the player base, which happens to be us here? You know, that's kind of what it is. Drops need to be more rare, similar to D2. I don't know about D2 rare, but I do agree with loot being like dropping like candy, for sure. I don't think PoE 2 is all that great in the state it was in. I haven't played it over in a month. I prefer the fast-paced combat, and really the D4 combat is just way better. I didn't mind the combat in PoE 2. I actually enjoyed the combat in PoE 2. Mostly. But I will say that, yeah, the honeymoon stage, you know, was over. You know, left in January for a lot of players, and now people are kind of seeing it for more of what it really is now, versus initially when everything was kind of new for the newer Path of Exile players, including myself, right? But once that phase kind of like ended, you know, you kind of got a chance to kind of see more of the underlying issues of the game, including what Jonathan himself said. His words, not mine. PoE 2 is on fire. So like, he's well aware of the state of the game. But I think the only difference is that only difference is right now in terms of like what to do once you have all your stuff. Like in PoE 2, basically you're just farming for divs at this point. Divine orbs, that's it. Like that's your end game currently. Once you've done the pinnacle bosses or whatever, you're just farming for divine. That is your current end game. Right? Whereas in D4, your end game is pit pushing? Right? Question mark? And that's awful. So I play with my 10-year-old daughter now, playing for a complete RPG beginner. D4 is absolutely perfect, and I enjoy it a lot. I couldn't play PoE with her. That's way too complicated. Also, way harder gameplay-wise. So D4 is exactly where it needs to be for us to have fun, a lot of fun together. I don't really think that anything needs to. So I'll put it this way. I do think that like when I speak of, you know, like casuals per se, right? Like I don't ever mean that in like a bad sense, right? People play games for different reasons. Tryhards or sweat lords are not the audience that most games tend to target of this nature for action RPGs, and for good reason. Action RPGs are by nature designed to be more of a casual thing. That's why there's never any like esports related things with action RPGs, because, well, you can't. RNG nature of things, right? No PV, no actual real PvP, etc. I do think that it would be nice to sort of allow for more vertically challenging things for those who want it. I'll put it that way. I'm not saying change the way the game is designed for the players who simply don't have the time to grind or whatnot. But I do think that there should be a point where there's something to chew on. Like, I'll give Diablo 3 a perfect example, right? I don't think that that's fully fleshed out in game either. But the leaderboards and GR pushing was something that you didn't have to do, but it gave people who wanted to play long term something to look forward to. The Paragon grind being nearly infinite was also the same thing, right? You can play it casually and not care about any of that, or you can be a sweaty tryhard and grind Paragons all day. and eventually push GR Rifts. I'm not saying that was the greatest loot, but what I'm saying is that like that still kept people kind of engaged who wanted to play long term, right? Without affecting the the more casual player base, right? And I think that's kind of sorely what's kind of missing here, where there's like I'll give an example. So like according to metrics, over 90% of players don't make it past T2. Most of them are in T1 still, right? So if that's the metric, right? If that's the data, that's what the data shows, then can we just make T3, T4 just considerably harder? So that the rest of the in-game can feel like it's a bit of a challenge if the majority of player base don't get there anyways. They'll never see T4. And not just be like ridiculous, just considerably harder with more challenging elements. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, that won't affect the casuals because the casuals aren't going to get there anyway. But then you also give something like, the sweat lords and the ultra tryhards something to do. So therefore, the bosses are actually hard with in-game builds, and the nightmare dungeons are challenging again with in-game builds and lots of time. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think you can do both. I'm aware it's a company and then they don't make money by advertising or trying to please the 5%. I get it. But, we're loyal fans too, right? Even if we're in the minority. All right, Peachy, yeah. Yeah, we're good, man. Blame SB. How much was your Shard of Arathio, by the way? That you got? Jeez, 49 bill. I'm wondering why they go for so much though. What other build is playing basic attacks though? Like, isn't like Heartseeker's a meta build or anything? And like, usually for Rain of Arrows, if you're going to Shard of Arathio version, you don't need GAs anywhere else. They get ultra rare. Okay, I guess that's fair. It's just supply demand, I guess. All right. What do you guys want to do? No, we're kind of sitting here, but what do y'all want to do? Do y'all want to do some refinement tributes or whatever, or like we can do that if y'all want to run through some of those. I'm literally down for anything. I legit don't care. I got room for a fourth. Yeah. Come on in. Or we can do more hordes. I'm fine with that too. I'm down with anything really. Who was it? Gil Bates. You only hear about the players that quit. It's because they're crying on the YouTube comments. Yeah, I mean that goes for all the action the games, right? But yeah, even Path of Exile 2 right now, so it has a pretty healthy player base inside the game, despite a lot of the content creators kind of sort of dropping the game for stream. After Ben's comments, and then kind of coming to the realization that they don't want to farm for divines anymore, I guess, as their pastime, until there's more more things to do, obviously. But the in-game player base is still doing mostly okay, right? They aren't the ones whining in comments. I just added you, Parker. I have damage and cooldown worked out. But boy, am I squishy. Well, that's just any build. Are you res capped? Are you armor capped? So you got to make sure you look at that. This is awful. Okay, well that's just stats, right? You'll get there eventually with the right stats. In the meantime, you can craft the soothing spices and incense, and that helps out too, as well as having your mercenary as well. But I think everybody's in a different part of the world right now. Someone's at Tree Whispers. But yeah, what do you guys want to do? What do materials look like? 24k LBD. I actually don't mind more hordes. We can do hordes. There's some Citadel. Nah, I'm good. I am good. Wait, how come I can't travel to the thing? Am I bugged? I can't port there. What? But yeah, blame SB. I will hold on to that amulet for you. I won't do anything with it. So that thing and vice versa. I guess the thing is, like, I don't even know what I can really ask for. If there's nothing like that in the market, what can I really ask? Probably anything, but I mean, if you want it, like, if it's gonna be an upgrade for you, I mean, I don't mind holding on to it for you. Is your character, Army Parker, is your character really named Hardcore Prep and Softcore? What's that song called? This one or the one that was that just played with Lil Wayne? It should be Mirror on the Wall by Lil Wayne, but it's like a MJ tribute. Yes. You make a Cataclysm Druid. It's insane. We. The awkward sound. Nah, we're just blasting, I guess. Be nice if we got better boon choices though. If we can get a help on doing it early. There we go. Some actual Aether this time. I do wonder if that goblin trick does work though. I think I might actually want to do Dark Citadel like once or twice just to get the scrolls and pop out gobs and infernal hordes. I wonder how long it's been like that. I wonder if it's like that last season and we just didn't know. Oh, okay. Blend, what's going on? This should be a pretty decent run. Because we have to get Hellborn at least somewhat midway through 2 of them. Oh, we'll do Butcher. I jinxed it, yeah. Shredding around. You playing Shred Druid? Lowberg. What's up? Yeah, I did jinx it. We're not getting another good boon for the rest of this run. I guess that's okay though. Like, oof. Last boon awful. You ran out of Veil Crystals? I've heard of people running into that issue. I haven't done a lot of master working, so I don't know how that feels yet. I got a 1 GA shard, looks like. What did it roll on? Oof, that's bad. 118. how many materials I got from that one? 5K. OBDs. A sharp drop for every class? Yeah, I believe so. I just don't think Inferno Hordes are something that a lot of people are doing, like, consistently. So. I think that was probably my last one. This is supposed to be a short stream, actually, to be honest with you, because I started real late. Are you in Kiev, Shad? I'll come to you. I'm sure it's better than my gear that I had when I was playing Heartseeker. Literally, mine was just kind of just put together. Which is why I was kind of impressed with how I was performing, given my gear. Ooh, you got a +7 trick attacks, and okay, you got GA of both for stable elixirs and trick attacks. Nice. Shroud. Ooh, very nice shadow. Good pair of pants. I know you're trying to get that +8. Although I guess with having +8 here, that, and then also like, but Jesus, man. Yeah, I mean, I guess going from 7 to 8 Heartseeker is probably like what? Probably like 3% more damage, maybe, with the amount of basic ranks of basics you got now already. But it'll still be nice to have it, right? I guess you still gotta roll your bow, right? Just like me. I'm kind of a similar boat where I'm just like, okay, I don't have the master reroll, but that'll work, right? You'd probably want to do all on close quarters combat, I assume, right? Or close damage or whatever. Dex is not bad either, though. You probably did get it though. Actually, you did get a kind of a low roll on the projectile, didn't you? So you had to get at least one crit on it. But you got a max moving rise though. Congrats. I got literally this exact same amulet. Literally this exact same amulet. Also, you got a max adaptability. How long did it take you to get that? To get like the max adaptability? Because mine's at like 120 on an amulet right now. And like I have yet to find any better. But it, yeah, you probably had to. It's so important, especially on Moonrise adaptability, because it's such a like big roll. And you're at 11 frames, right? Ooh, nice. You triple crit on the double damage for Shadow. Yeah, see, like, this is what I want. Because, like, I can cap with attack speed without having to, like, put Masterworks on it. And if I can just get a better, like, basic skills and a higher unique ethics, I'd be like, golden, but I can't right now. I just can't with the way it is. But good stuff, man. Looks great. Well, most of the things look great, but like you're like, you just got just a little bit of masterworking to do for the most part. But that just takes time. You're gonna just run out of mats and whatnot. But yeah, you're definitely stronger than I am with with Heartseeker. That shard is very nice. Yes. So, damn. Let me take a look at what I got. Like what some of my stuff is. what was I rolling with? Like this is my shard, right? Like, like that's it. I found that on like day 2, I think. That's literally the best I could do with that. And of course, my color name was my Heartseeker pants was this, I think. I gotta remaster work that. I just got some ways to go for sure. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna call it. Appreciate the games. Who are we gonna go to? It's funny because like when I woke up at like 2 a.m., I'm like, should I still stream? Because like, dang, this is like I've had late starts, but this was like real late. Yeah, I was like, I don't know if anyone's gonna be here, being like starting this late, but no, it was cool. It was worth for sure. It was worth. Gonna be honest, I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow night because like Sunday nights are typically the nights I usually take off. I try to take off one night a week, so may not be here tomorrow or Sunday night. I guess it just depends. Definitely just depends. So you don't see me, it's because it's a Sunday night. So most likely you'll see me on Monday. If things change, I might do Sunday night. We'll see. Anyhow, let's go to let's go to someone new or different. MCU. We'll go. I love his this pick or whatever. Oh wait, no, I can't. It's not English. I don't even know what this. Oh, Dutch. Gotcha. Oh wait a minute, is it English? Yeah, that is not English. Okay. Took me a bit. I'm like, I don't think that's English. Ooh, we can go to Trep Change. Haven't been here in a minute. Oh, and Evan and Pick is over there too. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, don't do this to me. Crap. My browser is about to crash, or Twitch is about to crash. Bro, don't do this to me. Yeah, it's doing this to me. Why is it doing this to me? Okay, weird. All right, let's see. Raid. I've changed. There we go. Got it. She sounds cute though. Oh, the other girl. I thought it was a dude because they have the dude profile pic or whatever and pick or whatever. All right, but enjoy Trep. She's been a pretty big Diablo fan for a long time. Used to be very adamant or very involved in terms of like making videos and stuff in Diablo 3 for sure. Not so much in D4, but anyhow, again, if I don't see y'all Sunday night, it's because it's my night off and usually don't stream on Sunday nights. At the worst case scenario, you would definitely see me Monday. So look for me there. Other than that, appreciate y'all as always. Till next time.